Okay, awesome. Welcome if you are watching on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching on YouTube. I appreciate you. This is a live stream. This stream was recorded on Thursday, July 23rd, 2026. If it is Thursday, July 23rd, 2026 for you right now, welcome in to the live stream. If you are watching after that point, at any point, and you're like, who's he talking to? You can see all that. It's on chat down here. Hey, that is also on the vertical stream right about here. Excuse me. I have the hiccups right now. Great time to get the hiccups immediately upon hitting go live. Anyway, we are doing some meal prep today. The meal prep is a little bit for the household and mostly for another parent who I know from our neighborhood, who I see all around, who I've chatted at the playground with a bunch of times, who just had another baby. This is their second child. They're in like the second week of being postpartum, and I am making a bunch of things to give them that I can freeze and just hand off and be like, here, take these, put these in your freezer. Here's a couple meals for you for like, here's like a week's worth of meals, essentially. What are we making for that? And I'm also, let me be clear that I'm going to make like one of each of these things for our house too, because efficiency. Anyway, we're making 4 different things. We're making quiches. We're making a broccoli cheese quiche and what is essentially a bacon, lettuce, tomato quiche, but we're not using lettuce. We're using spinach because lettuce is not a great thing to put in quiche. Anyway, we're going to do those. We're also doing a chicken soup. Chicken soup is going to have chicken and carrots and celery, as well as garlic and onion. I'm going to use some of my homemade utility stock for that, which we made on stream recently. Also making some breakfast wraps. Those are going to have sweet potato, roasted sweet potato, egg, black beans, and bacon in them. So they're like very protein forward wraps. I know that's like a big buzzword right now. Ooh, let's get your protein in. Anyway, whatever, they're breakfast. And we're also going to make banana bread muffins. I'm going to use my banana bread recipe, or most of my banana bread recipe that I've been working on, and we're going to try it as muffins today because the past 2 times I made it as a loaf, and it turned out really well. So I'm going to see how it turns out as a muffin. Anyway, thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Twinderella, welcome in. Nice to see you. Carly, welcome in. Twinderella, I hope you're feeling better. Carly, welcome in. Hello. Gwen's here. Gwen got her steps in today. Good job, Gwen. Gwen also went to was out and about in the city today. We'll let her tell her tale if she's interested in that. I'm not gonna share secrets out of school. Anyway, that's what we're doing today. Here's our plan. Ta-da-da. Not that you could see, or even not that you could read that, not that you could see that from from your vantage point, but even if you could see it, good luck reading it because my handwriting is terrible. I have doctor's handwriting. It's kind of intentional. I can write nicely when I want to. I just choose not to because I can read it and like, who else is looking in this notebook? Nobody. Literally nobody. Anyway, feel free to drop your notebook emotes in chat if you got them, because we're using a notebook today. First thing is to bake the sweet potato, which we are already doing. So let's check that one off. So for the quiche, prep that we have to do for the quiche, caramelize some onion and blanch some broccoli, cut the tomatoes, cook the bacon, and that's it. For the soup, we have to cook the chicken, cut up the carrot, cut up the celery. Oh my God, that's so loud. That was so loud. One Big Nut, welcome in. Hello. I'm easy. Hello. Welcome. Streaming just chatting. What were y'all chatting about? Whoa. Give me fries. Hello. I like your name. That emote is kind of amazing. I love that emote. Raider Ray, welcome in. La Doctora, hello. First things first, I have chat on my phone, on a phone back here, so I can see it when I'm at the stove. And the raid sounds played so loudly from there that it was actually jarring to me. So we're gonna turn the phone down. DJ Mike Carbonell, welcome in. Hello. We are we're cooking today. I stream what I like to call a social experiment. What's your hypothesis? I'm just kidding. Or not. I don't know. Maybe I'm not. Sometimes I can't tell if I'm joking or not. Anyway, there's a joke command joke. If you are telling a joke, I don't get jokes. I just I don't get jokes. So, feel free to joke with me. You can put like command joke in chat if you're making a joke. Otherwise, I'm going to take you seriously. Anyway, welcome in. One Big Nut. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. I'm going to hold on. I don't know that we are acquainted. But we are now. I have followed you, and I appreciate you bringing friends over. Friends who did just join us, welcome in. First order of business, follows are silent. So if you are like me and you're primarily a lurker and you just like to hang out and not be perceived, follows are completely anonymous. So feel free to hit the follow button. And if you want attention, you can ask for it in chat. Otherwise we're gonna carry on. My name's Lou. It's nice to have you. This is a cooking channel. We do cooking here. Primarily, we do vegetable forward family meals. I'm a home cook and a recipe developer. I'm a parent, also literally a dad. It's not just a name. I live in Philadelphia, so city, urban, East Coast, United States. If you're familiar, my pronouns are he, they. I'm happy that y'all have joined us. The stream is generally about cooking and conversation. We do recipe development, we do baking, we do meal prep, which we're doing today, and we are doing a bunch of prep today. We're making quiche and soup and breakfast wraps and banana bread muffins. We also do IRL streams out in the world. So if you like walking around very fast and hearing what I have to say when I'm not standing in the kitchen, that is also what we do here. Community is very enthusiastic about cooking, but the vibe is generally just like you're hanging out at your friend's house while they're cooking and like chatting about whatever. You can get me off track really easily. You can also distract me really easily, but yeah, it is all about cooking. You're making all of that. Yes, I am making all of that, and we're going to get all of that done in a tight like 5-hour, 6-hour window, something of that nature. We're making broccoli cheese quiche with onion and garlic, tomato bacon spinach quiche, chicken soup with carrots, celery, onion and garlic, breakfast wraps with sweet potato, egg, black beans, cheese, and bacon, and banana bread muffins. So the order of business today, we already have sweet potatoes in the oven. We're going to chop our onion for the quiche and the soup. We're going to caramelize the onion. We're going to cook the bacon. We're going to cook the chicken thighs. We're going to blanch the broccoli. Then we're going to prep all of our vegetables. We're going to chop the tomato, chop the carrots, chop the celery, grate the garlic, chop the herbs, and salt the black beans. Once we're finished that, we're going to saute the onion and garlic for the soup. We're going to add in the celery and carrot as well as the vegetable stock, and we're going to assemble the soup. Then we're going to assemble the quiche, meaning we're going to put all that quiche stuff in pre-made pie shells and bake those in the oven. Then we're going to assemble the banana bread muffins while the quiche is baking and the soup is simmering. We're going to pop the banana bread muffins in the oven once the quiche is done, or before it's done, depending on when we finish making the banana bread muffins. While all of that is cooking, we're going to take the eggs and cook those for the breakfast wraps. By the time I'm finished cooking the eggs, the muffins, the quiche, and the soup should all be finished. We're going to let those cool down. While we are assembling the breakfast wraps, then we're going to assemble the breakfast wraps and then We're going to package all of that up. We're going to put it in the freezer, and then we're going to raid. Easy, right? Anyway, all of that is written down. It's in this little notebook here. This is my cooking notebook, and it has all of my plans in it for all my cooking stuff. I'm very, I like to be organized. Anyway, that's what we're doing today. DJ Mike Carbonell says, I followed you because you said my name right. You know, and I appreciate that because I try to take care to pronounce people's names right when they come into chat, because I like to have my name pronounced correctly. There's several streamers who I've been following for a long time, and when I chat on their channel, they say my name incorrectly, and it's like it's 3 syllables. It's not difficult. So I try. Jordy says I'm overwhelmed. Me too. Welcome in. Anyway, coffee. Cyber says, how do they mispronounce Louis Dad? There is one specific streamer who I love dearly, who we have raided before, who I will raid again, whose content I love, and who I will not name. Who, when I chat in their channel, calls me Eats. And it's not Zach. No, like Eats, like EATS. And I'm like, but that's not in the, like, that's not the name. Like like Dad's is fine. There's plenty of people who, when I rate it or rate in our chat, will say like, hey, Dad's, what's up? Dad is fine. Lou is fine. Eat would be fine, but Eats, the plural of it is like, or the verb form is it's like it's very disorienting to me. Anyway, they're great. I do love them. I'm not gonna say who it is, because we will definitely 100% rate them again. And when we do, you'll know, because they'll say it, and I'll be like, eat at. Any of those would be fine. Eat it da. Yeah, eat it da is the what the emote says. Like when you, the emote prefix on Twitch, it's that. I think it's that. I don't actually know. It might be. But yeah, it's just funny. It is funny. I will tell you, if I'm ever mispronouncing your name, you, we're making eye contact right now. If I'm mispronouncing your name, I want you to tell me, because I don't want to feel like that. I don't want to be the streamer that you're like, hey, they always mispronounce my name. I really don't. I like to be called Jordi. Okay, and not. See, there's the command joke. There's a great usage of that. See, but Jordy, I think there's some jokes that I get. I'm like, but there's no way. There's no way. I've asked before. What do you mean? It's been years. Okay, first thing on the list is chopping the onion and caramelizing it. So we're gonna take our okay, sorry. We're gonna take this pan. We're gonna rinse this pan out first because it's got a little bit of I don't even know, like, not dust, and it's not for, it's like I don't know, air debris, for lack of a better term. I'm gonna preheat that. That's a cast iron pan. I'm just gonna take I'm gonna preheat that. So we're gonna chop all of our onion at once. Just swinging the pan around. I know, right? It is. Give him the old razzle dazzle. Give him the old razzle dazzle. Razzle dazzle. That's from the musical Chicago. Where I just was, not the musical, the city. And Anyway, fun fact, I was just in Chicago. I literally was just in Chicago. I was there last week. It was really fun. What do I know about pan swinging? I plead the fifth. Jordy, I was really trying to come up with like a joke from that, and I just couldn't. I couldn't do it on the fly. I'm gonna shoot someone's eye out. It's that's not even the biggest pan. We got bigger pans than that. Don't judge me by the size of my pan, please. I was in the musical and it was magical. I think I did tech for the musical Chicago when I was in college. Actually, I'm pretty sure I did. Was it Chicago? No, did I do tech for Chicago? No, yes, I did. I was trying to remember. Gwen was in Chicago, in college. She was the lead, the Sally Bowles character. I was just trying to remember if I did tech for that show or not, and I might have. I don't know. I don't sing though. I don't like to be on stage. I've talked about this before. No, that's not true. I do like to be on stage. I don't like to act. I don't like to play a role. I don't like to sort of be someone else. I don't mind talking in front of people. Like, hello, welcome. I don't mind that, but I don't love sort of playing a role and being a different character. I'm happy to get up and talk and just be myself. Character enough, I suppose. All right, so for the quiche, we're doing onion, caramelized onion in one, no onion in the other. Actually, I might put caramelized onion in both. We'll see. We're gonna caramelize 3 onions, and then we're going to chop a 4th for the soup. So that's what we're doing. DJ Mike says, I don't like forced participation. Yeah, it's very similarly. Okay with being the tree. Totally. Yeah, you know, I was the Nile River in 3rd grade. In our 3rd grade play. I remember because my costume was a bunch of blue, it was a large white undershirt that we stuck somehow attached large like a bunch of like blue streamers to, and then like a paper mache hat that looked like a wave. Anyway, it was a play about world geographical important places, important geographic places around the world. Why the fuck am I even talking about that? Anyway, yeah, I don't mind being in front of people, right? Like, I'm happy to get up and talk. If you were like, hey, talk to this crowd of 500 people about how much you hate toothpaste or love toothpaste, done. Not a problem. Like, I'm happy to do it and could do it immediately. Like, I don't need any prep time. And wouldn't be all that nervous about it. But like, I don't want to like memorize lines and act a part. I don't know. It just feels weird to me. It's honestly, y'all are going to be like, get out. It's one of the same reasons I don't like playing Dungeons and Dragons. Because it's like you have to, I don't mind playing the game, but I would just rather play the game as literally myself. And I am not like a magical creature of any ilk. So I'm not very powerful in a Dungeons and Dragons game. Like, you kind of have to have like some skills and shit. But like the very small number of times I played it, I was like, I don't like this. I'm not enjoying myself. I just want to play the game. You know, I'm also not a gamer. Like, generally speaking, I don't like tabletop games or board games or video games. Oh look, my pan is ripping hot because I turned it on to high and not low. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted to do. It's not what we wanted to do. It's okay. We're going to take that off the stove right now because that is smoky and we don't want to perpetuate this. Cyber says we did a 7 continents play and I got to be a penguin. I love that. I'm assuming you were representing Antarctica. Antarctica, for those of you who come from certain parts of the country. Anti-Arctica for others. The number one fear is public speaking, and number 2 is death. Right, exactly, caretaker. I'm not afraid of public speaking. That's not at all the thing. I just I don't know. There's a thing about, I don't want to be someone else. It feels weird. I feel like disembodied and I don't like it. Cyber, thank you. I I guess when I say I'm a magical creature, I don't have like if I was designing a D&D character, it would just be like my own self. It would be like, this person just likes to talk. Is that a thing? I guess I would be a bard, right? Is that a bard? I don't really want to sing either. I remember my friend Drew, who I've talked about on stream a bunch. He's a good friend of mine. Is a dungeon master. He runs campaigns. He has like a regular D&D campaign that he runs for a bunch of people, and he's tried to get me to play before, and I have played before, and I was like, I'm not having fun, Drew. I'm sorry. And he was like, well, what would be more fun? And I was like, anything but this. What would be more fun to me is literally watching Dungeons and Dragons. It's the same thing with like, it's the same thing with like Fortnite or any video game. I would just rather watch it and like enjoy watching other people play. Like I would love to go hang out with like the D&D group that he has, like the little campaign that he runs, and just like watch them. I don't even need to provide color commentary. I would just like to exist there, but I don't want to participate. I don't. A wacky penguin and was instructed to spin around and mess up the whole dance. Perfect. That sounds fun, honestly. I don't want to do it, but it does sound fun. Okay, so we've got a big batch of onions on the stove to caramelize. Those are just going. They're ready. They're not ready, but they're moving. They're moving forward confidently. We're going to chop this onion. Now this is going to be for the soup, so I'm probably going to chop. I got 5 total onions. I think I'm going to chop both of them. We're not going to do anything with these just yet, but we're going to chop currently. Once I'm finished with this, we're going to toss the meat into the oven, the bacon and the chicken. I'm going to finish my vegetable prep very shortly here, but I want to get those two things in the oven so that they can cook and cool down before I end up needing to use them. Woof, words. The bacon is going in the quiche and the breakfast wraps. The chicken is going in the chicken soup. I actually don't know. I feel like I don't have enough bacon for the breakfast wraps. That I might just leave that for the quiche. But that's okay if I don't get the bacon in the breakfast wraps because they already have a lot of protein in them. They're going to have eggs and black beans and sweet potatoes. So they're already pretty well off in terms of like heartiness. So I don't think that it's necessary, but we'll see. Tornella says, I watched a Star Trek themed D&D game once. It was great fun. I had zero desire to join. Exactly. Like no real desire to play necessarily, but like I enjoy watching, there's the channel on Twitch, well, the main one, Critical Role, but there's several folks, what's the guy's name? Captain Robert, Captain something Bear, runs a campaign. And then there's several other like D&D channels that do campaigns that are fun to watch. Like they really are. But I just like, I don't have the desire to play. You know what I like to play? I will play chess. I enjoy chess. I enjoy Scrabble also to a point. Um, but that point is usually like one game. Um, but I also like enjoy doing crosswords. So uh, I like I like chess a lot. I play that on that's like the thing that I play on my phone. That's like that like I don't have social media apps on my phone. I like play chess. Like if I'm that's kind of what I'm doing when I'm staring at my phone usually. I don't like read the news on my phone. I don't have Instagram. I don't have YouTube. I don't like have any of that on there. I do have Twitch, but I don't watch Twitch on my phone. I do sometimes actually. If I'm listening to music, I'll listen to music on my phone on Twitch, but that's I don't usually watch stuff. Ooh, Tetris, yeah, I like Tetris too. Tetris is like just the right type of like brain tickle for me. Did any of y'all play or used to play or currently play Snood? The game Snood. Do we have any like recovering Snood addicts in chat? I Oh my god. There was a not insignificant number of years of my life that I did play Snood. Um quite a bit and got rather good at it, but it's also one of those games that like you can be good at but also um is incredibly frustrating sometimes. Like any of those games. I mean, Tetris is the same way. We're like, I'm doing great, and then it's like four blocks and you mess up like 4 blocks in a row, and then you're like, oh, I am so bad at all of this. Cyber says there's specific scientific studies that have shown that playing Tetris after a traumatic event can reduce the chances of someone developing PTSD. Really? Wow. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. I wonder if it has something to do with the like it's like just the right amount of thought that you need to put into something, but you can also sort of ignore it. And I'm guessing there's something to do with the like creating order aspect of the game. Like if you're feeling disordered over something and like being able to sort of put things in place. Maybe? I don't know. Oh, the onion just like hit me. Ouch. That was spicy. Dan, you never played Snood. I it's I can't think of another game that's similar because I'm not again, I don't play a lot of them. I guess Snood is like Candy Crush in a way. Or maybe not. I don't know. It's uh I can't even think of something. I can't think of something analogous to it. Caretaker, I've never played Tetris 99. What is Tetris 99? Is that just a version of the game that's like like the levels are differently? It has to do with the visual organizational demands of the game. Prevents traumatic memory formation. So this is like like you have to sort of get into it within a I'm assuming there's like a window of time where this is where this would be like applicable. It's like after a traumatic event, it has to be like within X number of days or hours or something like that, where it's like, hey, 6 months later, this isn't going to work the same. It's a Switch online game where you compete against 98 other people. Okay, so it's like Fall Guys, but for Tetris. That's 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 how I consider things like that. Okay. It needs to happen within hours. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Honestly, like that I could totally see that. I could very like I don't think I need to understand the science in order to understand like that might be helpful for somebody. There's a hilarious Dungeons and Dragons show. run by Matthew Lillard called Faster Purple Worm Kill. If you ever played D&D, it's hilarious. I feel like I heard of this. I feel like that was something that I was maybe aware of. Wasn't there? There was like a movie too, right? I feel like there was also a Dungeons and Dragons movie, or probably several. All right, so we've chopped the onion, we've caramelized. We're gonna cook the bacon and the chicken thighs. I need to blanch the broccoli too. So let me get a pot of water on the stove before I throw those in the oven, because I want that to boil so I can blanch the broccoli. Yo, I was at my mom's house recently, and she put a pot of, she has an induction stove, and she put a pot of water on the stove, and I kid you not, it boiled within a minute, and I was like, I don't think I've been impressed over something as much as I was impressed over that in a long time. I was like, wow, does that really work that fast? So I remember it was like evening, and I was like, oh, it's really late to be like trying to put a pot that large on the stove to boil for iced tea. And like I had that thought, but I didn't say it out loud. And then like 57 seconds later, it was like at a raging boil. And I was like, oh, that was intense. Very intense. Couple movies, the TV show, it's on the free streaming services. Excellent. Is it bad? I'm assuming it's bad. About 1 minute to start boiling. Dollars. That's kind of amazing. I didn't know. I knew they were good, but I didn't know they were that good. Dainty Chris, welcome in. Hello. Thanks for coming through. Dainty raid. We love a dainty raid. Shay, hello, welcome in. Woma, thank you for letting me know. Friends who were hanging out here. Dainty Chris is a friend of the stream. And let's hold on. We gotta. Is this gonna work like that? If I do it like that, do I have to put the thing? Yeah, I do. Hold on. There we go. Oh wait, no, I don't. Okay, well, it's gonna shout out twice. Whatever. Just go follow twice. You can't follow twice, but yeah, do it once, and that's plenty. Cringing Dragon, hello. Induction has most of the advantages of gas, but with a much easier to clean stovetop. Yes, it definitely seems a lot easier to clean, and my stove needed to get fixed recently, and I was almost like, I had a little, like just a tiny piece of me was like, I hope we need to get a new stove. It was the piece of me that wants a new stove and likes cooking. The vast majority of me was like, I hope it's not too expensive to replace the part that needs to get replaced. So there's also that. But we replaced the part and it was fine. Friends who joined us, welcome in. My name's Lou. It's nice to have you. I'm a home cook and recipe developer. We do recipe development on stream, mostly vegetable forward family meals. We do, what else do we do? We do meal prep, we do baking, we get out in the world for IRL streams. It's a food stream. Mostly what we do here is cooking. The energy is like you're sitting at your friend's counter. We're just chatting. I'm also cooking at the same time. I like to keep organized. Follows are silent, so if you don't want to be perceived, please feel free to hit the follow button. There's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages. I'm not going to say hi to you if you follow. They're completely anonymous. And if you want attention, say hi and chat. Welcome in. It's nice to have you. Short says my gas stove igniter isn't working. That is exactly what we had replaced. It went up and just like wasn't working. And they replaced it, and now it like works really well. Not all your pots and pans will work on an induction. Really hard if you want to cook something slow and low. Yeah, that is one thing about the gas stove that I do like, is I have this burner in the back that's just like the simmer burner, and you can put like a room temperature stick of butter on that burner, and it'll still be a little solid looking like 5 minutes later. Um, I would love a, I would kind of like, I would love to have a portable induction stove. I think it would be nice, like for camping and things like that, because like I'm always using propane. And I'm getting more into like electric sites. Chris, thank you for bringing friends. I appreciate you. I hope you have a lovely rest of your Friday, Junior. Um, Thursday. Dan says, I love your shirt, by the way. Thank you. It is a Bortco shirt. I think it says Bortco on the back. It does. I always forget if it says anything on the back. I don't ever know if my shirts say anything on the back. Like I always forget because like I don't really see the back. Okay, we're going to cook some bacon and chicken in the oven, not on the same pan. Oh, could I put them on the same pan? That might be fun. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to put them in the oven at the same time, though. So the bacon is for a quiche. The chicken is for soup. My oven is on. I have potatoes in here. They are coming along. The potatoes have been in there for an hour and 15 minutes now. Actually a little bit longer than that. Just a little longer than that because I put them in before stream. But they're going to stay in there for a little while longer because they are big. The potatoes are for breakfast wraps, which are going to be assembled later in stream. So we're doing some meal prep today. The prep is twofold. It's for my house, because, you know, we like to eat. And a friend of mine who recently had a baby, and I'm just going to making some stuff for their freezer. So hopefully make life a little bit easier for a week or so. Or longer. I don't know, however long you want to stretch out a couple quiches and some wraps and some chicken soup. But I'm also going to I'm some of the things that I'm making today I'm keeping for the house because, like, you know, I don't want to prep all this food and then give it all away. So we're gonna make 4 quiches and then keep one of them, you know, that kind of energy. So oven bacon, Moon Dice, is great. Anytime you need to cook like a whole thing of bacon, like I can't imagine. Dude, I can imagine because I've done it many times. But like putting it in a pan and kind of cooking it batch cooking it in like in a skillet or something is just like so tedious. It's so tedious. Twindrella says, I can't imagine cooking on the stove. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Like you can cook a whole thing of bacon in the oven without watching it, without really thinking about what's happening. You don't have to monitor it all that much. Like you just put it in and it cooks and then it's done. And the nice thing is you don't get that grease splatter. You don't get that like the burns all over your arm. Like I only ever cook a whole package of bacon at a time. Like we don't eat, like I'm not feeding a whole family, right? Like I'm not feeding I mean I am, but my family is small. You know, we're not well, I'm speaking for myself. Calvin would be like, no, I'll eat all of that. He loves bacon, but I am usually, when I make bacon, pretty much it's for like meal prep for something like this, and I'm just making a whole thing of it. So that's the energy today. We're going to pop that in the oven with the potatoes. It still, you know, it does still splatter in the oven, Avo. Also, hello. Yeah, it does splatter a little in the oven, but a little, like, it's not as much, I don't think. Oh, when I was like, I don't think I got enough bacon. I got 2. I forgot that I got a second one. So yeah, we have enough bacon for quiche and the wraps. Right. Okay. So I literally forgot that I got 2 things of bacon. So we're going to put the other one in the oven too. Because why not? Exactly. When it's in the oven, it doesn't get on my arms. It doesn't cause little tiny burns all over my forearms, which is nice when that doesn't happen. I feel like I can get it crispier with the water at the start trick. I am not familiar with that trick, Avo. Would you care to explain? I'd be curious to hear. I know that a lot of recipes say to put the bacon on the pan, like directly on the pan. I don't do that. I use a rack. Like I use a wire rack for it, kind of for two reasons. One, the grease does not splatter as much because it is not cooking. The fat is not cooking in the grease. The grease is dripping off of it. And the other reason is that I like to save the grease afterward, and it's easy to just pour out. The bacon sort of keeps a little bit drier on the rack, and I think it does get crispy. It does not get as crispy on the rack, to me, for my taste anyway, as it does in the pan. So I'm with you. I'm with you that the pan can be the pan is like classic bacon. So obviously, says you add a little water to help the fat render before it starts cooking, and then once it evaporates, there's less fat still attached. Okay, that is interesting. I've never heard this before, but like I'm just saying I haven't heard it. That's really cool. I'm still not going to try that today, but that's a thing that's going to stick in my head. And the next time I cook bacon on the stove, I will probably try that. That sounds fascinating. Fellow says I almost always bake my bacon like that now in the oven. It's easier. It is easier. Like, I could cook this on my griddle on the stove, right? It'll cook pretty quick. I will say it cooks quicker. I feel like it cooks quicker on the stove, for sure. But I also am going to put like all of this in the oven right now and just like forget that it's there for a little while. I'm going to set a timer. I'm not going to forget. That's not a thing. But I am going to put it in there and cook it all at once. And we're going to put that on the bottom rack. Actually, hold on. I'm going to do one on the top rack. I'm going to move these. Ah, fuck, those are hot. I just moved that potato pan by hand. That was probably not ideal. We're going to put that bacon in there. And let me start a timer. Start a timer for 20 minutes. The oven is at 350. I forget the timing of cooking bacon in the oven. I never remember the timing. I never remember the right temperature. I always just put it in at whatever temp my oven's at and I'm like, I hope it cooks. And it does. It always cooks. Obviously, says I'm only making like 4 to 6 pieces at a time. Yeah, totally. If I was doing, I wouldn't preheat the oven just to make like bacon breakfast for myself, or for like Calvin. If I was just doing like a couple pieces, I definitely would do it in the pan. Like I'm with you on that. I'm doing 2 pounds of it at once right now, so that's the motivating factor is I don't want it to. I don't want to stand at the stove and do that for the next 30 minutes. I just want to tray it up in 5 minutes, put it in there, and forget that it's there for a little while. Caretaker says bacon packages are not resaleable, thus 1 serving. Yup. Correct. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 chicken thighs. We're going to throw some salt on top of those. I'm going to go ahead and pop the other chicken from this package into the freezer. I'm just going to put them on this pan. Ah, shit, I should have put down parchment paper. Oh, well, it's fine. I didn't, and you know what? They'll fall off the pan anyway. Fox Mulder, welcome in. Happy Thursday, or Friday, Junior, as it were. Yeah, if I'm cooking bacon, like, and I mean, if I'm cooking it, generally speaking, I don't think I've cooked bacon that wasn't an entire package in a long time. because we don't eat it for breakfast or like meals. Bellis, good luck with your x-ray. Bye for now. I will definitely still be on. We're going to be on until at least 5:30, maybe later. If I'm finished at 5:30, then we'll be off. Then we'll be done. But Calvin has karate. I'd like to take him to karate. My goal is to take him to karate. Am I going to actually get to do that? I don't know. I did confirm that Gwen can take him if I am not finished by then. So I don't have to be finished, but I would like to be finished. Okay, so we're going to take this chicken. This chicken is for the soup, so I am just going to season it with pepper and salt. I just washed my hands, so we're going to do salt and pepper and a little bit of olive oil in this pan just to kind of help grease everything. Once I'm finished this, we're going to prep our vegetables because that'll be the bacon, chicken. The two meats will be in the oven. So let's do that. I'm gonna pop a glove on right here so I'm not like massaging the chicken with my bare hands. Bacon at 400 for about 20 minutes. Chicken exactly the same, except the chicken's 425, 400 for 425 for thighs, 400 for breasts. The only way I remember any of them is because it's similar in the time and temp. You know, Tundra, I just put my oven at 350 today, and I was like, everything's going in. I don't have to have it, all just needs to finish. And I'm sort of like, if it's slow, that's okay. It will finish. It'll all cook. I usually cook chicken thighs at 400, 425 though. That feels familiar. 350 is very low. I'm with you on that though. 350 is like sort of the lowest that I go. Every once in a while, I'd like to do a whole chicken at like 325, and it takes a long time, but it ends up being really quite delicious. All right, so these chicken thighs are going in the oven. So my oven is completely full right now. I have bacon and potatoes and chicken thighs. I'll wash my hands, rinse the counter, wipe the counter, and then we're going to go back to our vegetable prep. So vegetable prep, I'm going to prep all of my veggies for all of my different things so that I'm just getting, using the cutting board one time, basically. And then once that's done, we're going to start like assembling stuff. And while I'm prepping the vegetables, we're going to manage our timing for everything that's currently in the oven. So let's wipe down the counter. Do I have a wipe here that is I thought I had Clorox wipes in here. I guess I don't. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. I don't. And we'll be all right with that. All right, so we're going to wipe this down. My slow roast tomatoes. Ooh. I enjoy the slow roasted anything. That's always, if you have time to cook it lower and like let it render whatever juice it's rendering in a slower fashion, that's always preferred. Okay, I should check those potatoes because they have been in there now for about an hour and a half. At 350, they're big, so you know they might not be finished yet. I'm just gonna open the oven though and check those. I'm not like, there's nothing, I'm not doing anything specifically scientific with those. I'm just kind of giving them a squeeze. I'm gonna let them go for a little while longer because they are they're soft, but they're not they don't have liquid coming out the top. I poked a few holes in them, right? And if you are baking a potato, when they start putting liquid out the top of them, for me is sort of like, okay, they're probably about finished then. Soft is just means that they're starting to get there. Okay. We're gonna change our camera, put a little overhead view on here. First thing first, we're gonna do the broccoli because the my pot is boiling. So let's get this broccoli blanched. So I'm just cooking this. Do I have broccoli? Yeah, I do. Okay, good. I have broccoli. I have carrots. Whoa. I have celery. I have herbs. Spinach does not need to be prepped. That is already in like a bag, ready to go. We're gonna get the broccoli in. This is the for the quiche. So all I'm doing is blanching this for like a moment or two, and then we're gonna toss it into the sink. So let's do this first. Now the broccoli stem here is the only thing that I'm doing today that's not going into my compost bin, or not compost, that's not going into my my stock bowl, because the broccoli stems are bitter. They make your stock unsavory. And we don't want that, so we're not going to do that. I'm not making stock for the soup today. I'm saving the leavings from my broccoli. I would make the stock, but I don't. I have stock that I already made, and I don't need to. I don't need to do that again. So we're not. Let's cut this broccoli up though. I'm just cutting this into like little florets. So this is for the quiche. I'm also going to chop up the stems of this because they're going into a quiche. So there's no need. They don't need to look nice. They don't need to look pretty. Like pieces of broccoli stem are totally okay. Pieces of broccoli stem are totally okay in general, but like for cooking purposes, often the stems are sort of cast off because they don't look cute. They don't look like little trees. They look like sad little stumps. But we like the sad little stumps. They're okay. So we're just gonna take those off. I'll chop the stems up separately. I'm breaking all the little pieces apart first, and then we'll chop up the bottoms. But my water on the stove is boiling already. I should salt that. While I'm having that thought, let me do that, because if I don't, then the thought will leave and it won't come back, and then my water will not be salted. It doesn't need to be salted necessarily, but it is nice. It is nice if it is. It doesn't add too much to the value of the thing, but we'll see. A sad little stump was my name in high school. Hey, that's, I can think of worse nicknames. That's cute. Oh my God. High school. No, thank you. I'm so glad not to be in high school. I'm glad not to be in school. Did y'all like school? Did anybody have a good time in school? I did not. I didn't have a bad time necessarily. I just didn't like it. What the fuck is going on? I think my neighbor is drilling a hole into the wall. My neighbor has there's like sounds of construction in my kitchen now. Not that you would hear it on stream, but like I think someone's hanging up something in the house next to me, and it sounds like they're using some pretty heavy machinery to do it. Pretty wild. Hopefully they don't come through the wall. That'd be bad. My neighbor, I say my neighbor next door. We actually don't have neighbors next door anymore. They just moved out. which is sad. They did the whole like we're gonna have a kid thing and move to the suburbs, which sucks. Because that's a thing that people do when they live in the city. They're like, the city's great. We love the city, and then they have kids, and they're like, oh shit, let's move, and then you never see them again. And then there's some people who just stay, and hello, that's me. Oh, caretaker says I was the oldest student when I graduated, and I couldn't wait to leave. Dan hated it. Yeah, that tracks. Worst time of my life, TBH. I love academia, but peers made school insufferable. Yeah, I had this. I was having this conversation with someone else just like earlier this week about school, and just like I didn't really want to. I just didn't want to be there. I didn't want to like. I didn't enjoy. I didn't feel like I was gonna need this stuff later on. I was definitely one of those people that was like, why do I need to take algebra? And very like I recognize now that like the point of school is not necessarily to like learn and retain all the knowledge that is imparted there. It's to train you to work in a 9 to 5 job and sit at a desk all day. That's what school is doing, generally speaking. But it's really to like sort of slowly wean you into society. Generally, I think that's the primary purpose of it, is not to like create smart kids. Amizi says I enjoyed it, but I was very involved. ASB, played volleyball, and got to do it with my good friends, which is great. I was involved. I was like involved with the student newspaper, like very involved with the student newspaper, and I liked that. But that's also what I wanted to do, was like write things, and like I kind of do that now. Cringy Dragon says I was and still am that weirdo who liked classes but hated the social interaction. Totally valid. Yeah, the social interaction can be the most challenging part. I think some kids like don't test well, and that's also challenging. But like, yeah, if you don't find your people, it's like it can feel very isolating, like for sure. I hate it when good neighbors move too. Someone's moving in over there. They're probably moving in like soon, maybe this weekend. I don't know. If you poured off the original water before it was totally gone, it might. It might. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, there we go. I'm interested in this. I'm interested in this process. So this broccoli is ready to blanch. So we're gonna do that. I'm just gonna set a timer for like 2 minutes and let that cook, and then we'll pour it off into the colander. Start. Okay. We're just gonna 2 minutes from when I pour it in, not 2 minutes at boiling. Let's get the onion stirred a little bit too. So I'm just caramelizing some onion back here. It's just steaming and steaming. It's coming along really nicely. Nothing's, it's only a little bit of color so far, but cooking it pretty slowly. The onion is going to be for the quiche. This is 3 onions worth of slices. I'm going to get my colander out too. I'm going to use this colander because the other one is, the holes are bigger. And if I use it, the little bits of broccoli will go through. And that will not be great. Okay, so don't have my pen behind my head. All right, so we're cooking the bacon, we're cooking the chicken thighs, we are blanching the broccoli. Great. Let's get the rest of our stuff ready to go. From the vegetable prep perspective. While I'm waiting for that broccoli, though, let's check these potatoes again. Potatoes are looking good. I'm seeing just a little bit of little inkling of moisture starting to come out. So the next time I check those, they'll probably be ready to go. The bacon is definitely not ready yet. I'm going to bump my oven up a little bit to 375 because that's what I'm going to bake the quiches at. So just bump it up right now because nothing in there is at a prescriptive temperature for what it is. 10 seconds left until that broccoli is finished. The broccoli is going in the quiche, so it's going to cook. It's going to cook anyway while it's in there. I'm just blanching it to soften it like a little bit, and it should be good right about now. Blanching it both to soften it and to preserve the green, preserve the color of it as well. So this is looking good. I'm going to drain this off into my mesh colander. I'm going to let that stay. I'm not rinsing it. Like, I'm just going to let it kind of continue to exist in the colander. It'll continue to steam for a little bit and get a little softer, and that's totally okay. Timer is about to go off for my bacon. I just looked at the bacon. It's definitely not done yet. We're going to add at least 10 minutes to that and start now. Great. Wait, no, I wanted to stop. Okay, I wanted to add 11 minutes to that because it was at 20 and I had 1 minute left. And so I want it to be at an even 30. Anyway, we're going to prep our other ingredients now for everything, all of our vegetables now. So we have carrots and celery and tomatoes and herbs and garlic. So let's do the carrots and celery first because those are like big and easy to do. I'm going to put those all in one bowl because they will all be going into a soup. They'll all be going into the same soup and all be going in at the same time. So I'm just going to put them all, I'm going to prep them all and put them all in one bowl. So that's easy to do. And I don't know if I'm going to use all of these carrots here. But I'm thinking, basically, I'm probably going to make about 4, maybe 5 quarts of soup and like 1 carrot per quart. So that is 5 carrots in here. So yeah, that actually, I'll just use all of them. Great. Let me give these a rinse first. Give these a rinse first because they are, I didn't clean them off. So we're going to give those a little rinse and scrub real quick here. Mainly because I'm seeing like a little bit of leftover dirt on here. 4 and 5. Okay, and we're not peeling these because we don't peel carrots around here. That's not it's never necessary to peel the carrot. Unless there's some aesthetic reason that you need to have the carrot without the skin on it, there's absolutely zero reason to peel it otherwise. We're going to deadhead the top and bottom of these and put the carrot tops in my stock bowl. And I'm going to just quarter these lengthwise and then chop them. Well, this one I'm going to chop in half because it's long. We're going to quarter them and then chop them into like little moons, little triangles. I don't have this one I'm not. This is actually this half of this carrot I'll just cut in half because that's already pretty small. Before I cut up all of these, let's just do 3 and we'll see how much this is volume wise. Because I don't need to go too overboard. The carrots will not go bad, and we'll end up using them for others. I will end up using them for other things, or Calvin will eat them because he likes carrots. But he also has a bag of baby carrots in there that he's working his way through. It's funny, the baby carrots in there are anytime recently anyway, anytime there's a like I get the like, ugh, you didn't eat a vegetable today, did you? Or you didn't have any produce today, did you? I'll be like, go eat some baby carrots to make me feel better. And he does, because he likes them. Like last night, he had a bunch of those, those honey sticks. You ever seen those like little sticks that have little plastic sticks that they like pure honey in them? You get them at like every farm stand in the world has them. He had like a bunch of those last night, and I was like, I bet you didn't have any fruit or vegetables today, did you? And he was like, no. I was like, all right, go get the baby carrots, go get them, like go get them and eat a bunch of them. And he did. He likes them. He picked them out. Those are what I've been trying to do anyway, is be like, all right, what fruit or vegetable do you want? What fruit or vegetable will you willingly eat as a snack? Because he always gets annoyed when I'm like, go eat an apple, and he's like, I don't want an apple, and I'm like, then go eat anything. Eat a fruit out of the refrigerator, please. And he's like, I don't want to. I'm like, all right, well, I don't want you to get scurvy, so let's try. I am cutting up this other carrot because I'm just looking in this bowl, and it's a good amount. But again, if I'm trying to do like 5 quarts of soup, I will want more carrots than what 1 carrot per quart, I think, is a reasonable amount of like volume. And we're just doing all of the vegetable prep right now. So we're going to assemble all of this and kind of cook. We're going to cook everything not at the same time, but like I'm going to put the soup on, and then we'll put the quiche together. So I'm getting all of my ingredients together. This is like everything that I'm doing right now is like mise en place, and then we'll actually be making next here. Apples and bananas guaranteed for consumption, which is great, Twinderella. Gwen will eat apples. I'll eat apples. Calvin will occasionally eat an apple, but he's always like, can you cut it up for me? Can you like dice it? He wants it diced into like little squares so he can eat it with a spoon. And I'm like, come on, bro. What are we doing? But then I'm like, okay, if you'll eat it. So, Dan says Takis. Dan, you know what? You are very directly correct. When I came home yesterday, he was sitting on the couch eating a bag of Takis. And that was the thought that preceded my, have you eaten anything of like nutritional value today? And he has, like, to be fair, he is going to cooking camp this week. So like he had a really good lunch. Like he definitely ate a really good, he's been eating really good in the middle of the day all week. So that's pretty nice. I am reassured that at least at some point he was exposed to a tomato, cutting up our fruit in Asian parents' love language. It's honestly, he could be like, can you cut these into quadrilaterals? And I would be like out there with a protractor figuring that shit out. You know what I mean? Like, I just want him to eat the thing. I don't want to force him to eat an apple if he doesn't want an apple, which is sort of why I'm like, all right, well, you don't want an apple. Like, what fruit or vegetable will you eat this week? I'm going to buy it, and like, I'm gonna buy it, and when I ask you to eat it, I'm gonna be annoyed if you don't want it after you said that you want it. If I bought it, I'm like, hey, eat that pear, and he's like, I don't want that pear. You know what I mean? Like, okay, well, I bought the pears, and now you didn't choose them. So I'm trying to make it a choice. Into puzzle apples, what? That's super cool. How do you do that? That does seem very him coded though, Twinderella. I could totally see that. I could also totally see him making like a game out of it and like making it. I could see him getting very into it for his own amusement as well as the value that it brings. Like I could definitely see that being like a thing that he was also kind of into. Right? Like I feel like the limb I'm going out on this one is on here is pretty sturdy. Dr. Hex Mikey, welcome in. Happy Friday, Junior, aka Thursday. Okay, I'm gonna cut the rest of these 2 pieces of celery up, and then I think we'll have a good balance of carrot and celery. When I'm done that, we're going to check on the things in the oven again. My timer for the bacon, I got 2 minutes left on that, and then that'll be 30 minutes. I did turn the oven up a little bit, so we'll see. That might be finished at this point. It might still need some more time. The chicken will probably need some more time still, because that, but we'll see. The potatoes, who knows? AKA my day off before working the 3-day weekend. Well, enjoy. I hope you enjoy the day off. Is it like Thursday? Some people get the Sunday scaries, they call them. You get the Thursday scaries, I'm guessing. That is a foreign concept to anyone who like works in a corporate world. Thursday is the like we're almost there day. Okay, stirring the we're taking a moment. We're stirring the onion. We are gonna take a peek inside the oven. I'm gonna squeeze those potatoes and see. Those should be. Oh yeah, those are leaking and good. So the potatoes are finished. I'm gonna take those out of the oven. The bacon is not quite there, but is getting there. We'll let these potatoes rest over on the counter. I'm going to, let me see. Do I want to do anything with this bacon? I'm just going to I'm going to switch the bacon position here. I'm going to take these chicken and temp those. I don't think, like, if the chicken is going to be cooked in a soup. So that's at 140, 160. Okay, the chicken's gonna need another, just like a few more minutes, not a lot. But I do want the chicken to be at 160 when I pull it out. The bacon, the one on the top shelf is done. The one on the bottom shelf is most definitely not finished. But we're gonna crank that oven one more time. I'm gonna put that up at 400 to kind of keep that moving. Let's give that another 10 minutes. And we'll finish our vegetable prep in that time. So when my timer goes off, things should be finished in the oven. Yeah, the bacon, one of the trays of bacon might not be finished yet, but that's okay, because only one of them is for the quiche. I need one tray before I need the other one. So if they're not finished at the same time, oh well. All right, let's check off some boxes here. We've chopped the carrots, we've chopped the celery. We're gonna cut the tomato. I'm gonna do the garlic with the microplane, and then the herbs we'll just chop up. The tomato is going to be for the quiche as well, but we're not going to do two. I don't think we're going to make all these tomatoes because I'm just doing basically 2 quiches worth of tomato. So let's get those. Let me wash my hands again. I'm just going to chop the tomatoes in half or maybe quarters. We'll see how I feel. And we'll get those into a bowl. I'm going to put some salt on those as well. That way, 2 things will happen. 1, they'll be a little more flavorful, and 2, they'll give up some of their liquid. Because when I cook them in a quiche, I don't want them to be as liquidy as they would be if I just like put them directly in there, because all that liquid will end up in the quiche and will sort of have to evaporate out, and then it'll mess with the eggs. And so we're gonna kind of keep everything, hopefully get some of the liquid out of there. But I'm just gonna quartering these tomatoes. I was thinking of cutting them in half, but these are pretty large tomatoes, so we'll just quarter them here. I'm gonna do maybe like half of this container. The tomatoes are going into the quiche with bacon and spinach, so it's basically like a BLT, bacon, lettuce, tomato, except with spinach instead of lettuce. And then the other quiche is the broccoli and onion, and garlic. We're going to put some garlic in that, but I'm not cooking the garlic because it's going on a microplane, so I don't really need to like saute it or cook it at all. It's going to be pretty chopped up to begin with. So for the quiches, I'm doing those in pre-made pie shells. So that's like the pie shells are already ready. They're in the freezer. Like they're, I think, the Mrs. Fields deep dish brand. That's usually the brand I get. I'm pretty sure that's what I got this time. Those hold about 2 cups of solids per quiche. So what I'm going to do is put all of the solids in to all 4 pie shells, and then we'll mix all of the eggs in at once in like a big glass bowl. We'll scramble all the eggs at once in like a big glass bowl, and then just pour those over top of the solids so that I kind of get the same amount of egg in everything. So we're making individual quiches, but we're like batch making them in that way. Pie Swarm, welcome in. What is Bortko? Bortko is the company that writes the script for the Nurse Huckleberry show, a fellow streamer on Twitch. Bortko is a piece of this. This is a piece of their merch. They have other products that are available, not just t-shirts. This is I've had this t-shirt for a while now, actually. It's like old. This is like actually like a faded old t-shirt at this point, which is kind of funny. It's funny to have shirts that are like old now that are Twitch related, because I'm like, I still have this feeling of like being new to streaming, mainly because I started like, later in life. Hey, thank you for the shout out to Nurse Huckleberry, Twinderla. I appreciate that. The Nurse Huckleberry show is on late night West Coast time. So if you're an East Coast viewer, it might not be as familiar to you. And Dan, there's also a shark on the fridge. You are correct. Shark on the fridge. This is the shark. It's on the fridge. I'm not going to cut up all those tomatoes. I think that's the right amount. Great fish and chips. Nice. Codfish. That's like the classic fish, right? Isn't cod the main fish that is for fish and chips? My favorite animal is the shark. The shark is a really good favorite animal to have. I mean, the shark sharks are basically dinosaurs. They're like older than dinosaurs. Like it's honestly kind of amazing. Oh, halibut. Yeah. You were correct. Cod is what I almost always make when I make fish and chips, which is not super often, but I almost always use cod because it is really firm. It's the steak of fish. Except you could use monkfish. Monkfish is like really firm too. Okay, so we're gonna grate some garlic. The garlic is gonna be for the quiche. So we have one thing of garlic for quiche and one thing of garlic for the soup. So let's get that processed here. The grizzly is still my favorite animal. Nice. Grizzlies are terrifying. Brown bears, not so much. Black bears, nah. Grizzly bears, absolutely terrifying. Lobster, whitefish. I love a whitefish. I have a whole bag of flounder fillets in my freezer right now. Stingers and Ridley. Okay. A marina. Nice. I'm familiar with Ridley. I'm not a frequent visitor to Ridley, but I am familiar with both the location and its relational location to where I am in the world. Is different than Ridley Creek, which is a really nice state park. You can't camp there, but you can hike there, and it's really fun. They have a lot of nice trails at Ridley Creek, actually. I haven't been there in a while. I feel like I have Ridley Creek on my list of places to do an IRL stream at because it's super close to here and like really pretty. And also they have a lot of trails and importantly, they have really good cell phone reception there because it's like in the middle of everything. It's in the middle of everything. And they're right on the Hines National Wildlife Refuge, a place where we have IRL streamed from before, twice actually, maybe 3 times. I also have I finally the other day mapped out a little path at I mapped out like a little walking trail all around the Wissahickon. So I know I'm sure you're familiar, but Wissahickon, for those of y'all who don't live in Philadelphia, is a massive public park forest, essentially, in the middle of the city. It's literally a forest in the middle of the city. I can't like just describe it any differently or any more accurately than that. It has lots of trails that go all throughout it. It's a really big public park. I think it's the largest forested area in a city in maybe the world, but definitely the country. And I've been meaning to go there for an IRL stream, but haven't, much to making me feel bad about that, me making myself feel bad about it. But it is really great to walk around. And we couldn't see the whole park in one day. Like I could walk in a circle, like I could walk a loop around it, but it would take a long time. Stingers is in Darby Creek, right near its mouth in the Delaware, which is great. We've seen the Delaware on stream, but we have not been down that far. We've been to Hines, but we haven't been down that far. Not as far as the crow flies. It takes longer to get to by car. Totally. Yeah, and it's the same reason like I don't go to Ridley Creek State Park as often because it's like it's just far enough to be inconvenient. But not so far that you couldn't go there easily for a day trip. Okay, this is looking good. I'm gonna take the chicken out. So chicken is definitely done, and if it's not done, If it's not like if every piece isn't up to temperature, it'll be fine because the it's going to also go into the soup and cook in there for a little while. This bacon is just about finished. I'm going to give the bacon five more minutes. Because I'm still seeing like it's still got some fat on it. It's not super crispy yet. Read there's a haunted cave in Wissahickon Park. I believe that's. I don't. I was gonna say I believe that's true. That is the understanding. Yeah. Fish Creek Provincial Park and Nose Hill Provincial. Both are expansive, protected parks in the city limits. Yeah, and Wissahickon is huge, like massive. It like there's like a farm within the forest within the park, kind of massive. It's neat though, and like I said, I just recently a couple weeks ago, I mapped out what I think would be a good like live route to go on stream in the Wissahickon, because there's so many trails. Like what I don't want to do is go and then just like try to wing it. Like you have to plan your hike, right? The cave of Kelpius, that'd be a fun thing to go see. I think we've talked about this on stream before, but are there folks that do? Oh, we have, and I know exactly when. Are there folks that do like ghost hunting on stream? I feel like that's a thing. Let me. I need to yell downstairs to Gwen to see because she's supposed to pick up Calvin from camp today, and it is right about that time where I would expect her to be leaving. Chef John went to the most haunted house in Calgary. What was the result? I'm fascinated by paranormal history. Pies Form says, I don't do ghost hunting either. I'm like, I'm good. We're good. It is fascinating to me. I've never experienced anything that I would consider like paranormal. But I've also like never sought out those experiences before. I remember when we were talking about this. We were talking about this when I was IRL doing the camping stream more recently, because we came to that like weird that big stone opening in the forest, and I was like, there's got to be ghosts sitting here. It was always him getting a history lesson on the Dean House next to the original fort, and that was about it. Fair, which is also nice. A history lesson is probably preferred to like experiencing something paranormal, honestly. At least for me it would be. But could make for an interesting experience. I just had the thought, like, remember when your cell phone used to ring and it would make your speakers buzz? Like what's the analogous scenario for like a live stream, like visual artifacts on stream? Joystick Nick, welcome in. Hello. DJ Hex Mikey says, I'm a ghost hopeful. I think the paranormal is interesting because it's unknown. I've never experienced anything so hard not to be skeptical. Yeah, basically same. It's fascinating. I love the lore around it. Speaking of lore, Nick, that I've actually, I've heard that podcast before. That one, I feel like I listened to that like a few years ago. It like came into my rotation for a little while. Joe, welcome in. Nice to see you. Joe, do you play chess by any chance? I don't know that I've ever seen you play chess, but it doesn't mean that you don't. I'm just curious if that's a thing that you get into. I've been playing. I've played for a while, but I've been playing more regularly recently. I don't watch a lot of chess streamers, but I've been playing. All right, we're almost finished with this garlic. Paranormal and Folklore and Historical Origins podcast. Okay. It's I feel like I listened to it maybe like 3 years ago. It's old. It's a little older, right? I don't. I've been in and out of Go. Ooh, Go. Go is supposed to be super challenging. I've never played Go. But apparently it's like just as strategic as chess in some capacities. I watched a documentary about a machine learning how to play Go. But that's my only association. Okay. Garlic is chopped. This is for the soup. This is for the quiche. We'll keep that separately. I'm going to take these garlics and put them in the cabinet as we sort of start to clear the counter off a little bit. The last piece of produce I need to process is my herbs. Okay, so pen is gone. Pen is here. Okay. We're chopping the tomato. We grated the garlic. We did the celery. So herbs, and then I need to salt my black beans. Just like the tomato, I want to salt the black beans ahead of time. Let me get those out. By the time I'm finished with this, we should be just about finished. I didn't set another timer for things in the oven. Damn. Okay, that's okay. The bacon's like, help, I'm burning. It's all good. The herbs are just for the quiche. Maybe I'll put some herbs in the wraps as well. That would probably be pretty nice. But we're almost finished here. I'm just kind of tapping these off. Let's get a few more out. That's good. That'll be the right amount. Yeah, it definitely is an older podcast. I remember who recommended it to me. I haven't talked to them in like 4 or 5 years at this point. So I'm like, it's definitely old. Stuff like that is really cool when you get into it because it's like there's such a good backlog of things. Like, I don't know if I ever listened to that show as it aired live. I definitely remember listening to like a bunch of them though. Interesting. Caretaker says, for those concerned about current events with produce, blanching for 30 to 60 seconds is a surefire way to destroy the parasite. Blanching for 30 to 60 seconds is a pretty surefire way to kill anything that's in your food. For sure. Good advice. All right. I'm gonna keep moving here. Let me put my eyes on that bacon in here. Yeah, that's definitely done now. So let's take this out. It's a good shower podcast. I love those. I love a good shower podcast because the shower is like when I don't want to listen to a book per se, but I don't want to listen to music either. I just kind of want, I want some talking, but I don't want obligation. Soggy lettuce. Oh, right. That's funny. Yeah, maybe just avoid the lettuce if there's concern. And it depends on where you got your lettuce. You know, it depends on where you buy your produce from. If you like know where it came from versus like it came in a bag from an undisclosed to you location. Okay, so quiche and herbs are for the quiche, and then we'll put these in the wraps. So quiche stuff is here. Wrap stuff is, let's put the wrap stuff back there. What's going in the wraps? Sweet potato, eggs, beans, cheese, bacon. Okay, So I'm going to get the beans out. I'm going to drain those and we'll put those in a bowl and salt those as well. So I got the no salt added beans so I could salt them myself. Because that is always my preference. Let me, hold on. I mentioned that Gwen's picking up Calvin. She should be leaving now to pick him up. So let me check in with her. I'm gonna open these cans and then do that real quick. Jared says, avoid lettuce, no problem. Right? Yeah. So for dinner tonight, we're having 3 pounds of bacon. Any questions? All right, 1 second. Let me check in. You getting Calvin? Okay. I was just getting anxious. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. I will say no more. I, a human who likes to be 10 minutes early to everything, is feeling anxious. Gwen is not, so that's fine. Well, good. All right, so we're gonna rinse these off. I'm already using a colander, so I can't put those in a colander, can I? No. Bacon wrapped bacon, sauteed in bacon fat, right? Maybe we'll put a date in the middle of that that's like been in the cabinet for a year, so I know it's okay. Purple potatoes and black garlic. Whoa. That sounds really good. A lot of dark colors there. Purple potatoes are great. I feel like purple potatoes are one of those things where, like, if I was looking for them, I would never be able to find them. But if I wasn't looking for them, I would see them everywhere. I don't know if that makes sense. It feels like one of those things where if you were trying, you just couldn't get them. Oh, there she goes. Okay. We got it. That's what I'm worried about. Where are you trying? I'm always going to Reading Terminal first. That's like my, anytime I need something, anytime I need something produce related, I'm hitting Reading Terminal before anything else. Because if you can't find it at Reading Terminal, for me anyway, I know you're not at Reading Terminal. If I can't get it at Reading Terminal, I can always just go right around the corner to the couple produce vendors in Chinatown, and they also usually have it, whatever it is. All right, so I've salted the beans. We chopped the herbs. We salted the beans. We are now ready to cook. Like, we're ready to cook things. Though I need to clean up. Let me clean up a little bit here. So what I think I'm going to do is okay. What I'm going to do is we're just going to clean the counter for just a moment. I'm going to put the bacon on a plate because it's like on these trays right now and it's like kind of all over the place. The trays are really big. It doesn't need to be on the trays anymore. So we're going to put the bacon on a plate. We'll clean up the things on the counter. I'm just moving the cutting board over here next to the sink because that needs to get washed. I need to give these onions a stir. Oh, the burner for my onions went out. That's why they're not cooking anymore. Okay, that's fine. It's totally fine. They're caramelizing, so whatever. Who cares? They just are caramelizing a lot slower now without the burner being on. Okay, so we're finished with my cutting board. So we can put those things away. Finished with this bowl. So I can put that in the fridge. I should have made stock today because I have 2 bags ready for stock, but that's okay. We'll make stock again later, and I will have plenty of ingredients for it. And mostly what I have in there right now is corn cobs, which is a different kind of stock than what I want to make today. So that's fine. Well, we're going to freeze this in there. It's ready to go. This bowl can go over to the sink. I'm gonna pop this in here for now. That is sink bound. I don't need my thermometer anymore. Don't need this knife anymore. Don't need this anymore. Those can all go. And then I still am going to need that timer. And then we'll wipe the counter off and be ready to start assembling after I get the bacon onto a plate. Oh shit, I want to chop the bacon up. Okay, I will just get that cutting board back over here real quick and we'll do that. We'll do that and then we'll put the bacon in like a bowl. And then we'll truly be ready. Yeah, okay, so chopping the bacon for the quiche. For the wraps, let's see, how many wraps do I have here? I have 6 tortillas, so I have 2 packages of 6, so I have 12. Let's keep 12 pieces of bacon whole, because that'll just go into the wrap as it is. So we'll put those on a plate. And then the rest of the bacon, we're going to chop up and put in a bowl, and that's just going to go in the quiche. So this is greasy, and I don't really want to get grease all over my hands. So let's get some gloves on for a moment here. For the purple potatoes, Nick says I'm going to hit Wegmans. If that doesn't work, the Whole Foods. And if that doesn't work, a shit ton of local produce vendors that may have some weird stuff like purple potatoes. Totally. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now, here's a question for you. Are you a phone caller? That 100% for me is a scenario what I would call. I would be like, let me speak to somebody. Especially to avoid the driving around. I'm a phone caller, like through and through. Like I'm definitely, if I need an ingredient like that, I'm just gonna call around. And if someone's like, oh, I don't know if we have that, I'll be like, well, can you ask? I'll hold. Go ask. Go ahead. I'll wait. Oof, okay. Perfect. This is good. And I'm just going to give it a lengthwise chop like this. Joe says I was once on hold so long I ended up driving to the place and walking inside. That's great. You walk in, you're like, hey, you can hang up now. I'm here in your face, and now you can talk to me. They're like, oh, great, this guy again. I'm just like, I'll get on the phone for anything. I don't mind at all. One of my, for most of my life, job wise, like I've had all sorts of different jobs, and all of them have required being on the phone for like 80% of my day. And So I don't mind at all. Just like, I'll call somebody. I get unreasonably annoyed when I can't get a human on the phone. There's certain places that you just can't get a person now. Like when I call the pharmacy at CVS, you literally cannot speak to a human. They have no possible way to get a person on the phone. And I've asked because I want to, and I've gone over there before. I've literally like gone to CVS, talked to like the pharmacist, and been like, hey, do you all have a direct number? And they're like, no, we actually don't. And I'm like, interesting. That sucks. It's kind of annoying, honestly. I am also kind of annoying because I'm gonna call you. I don't like texting, but I will chat with somebody on the phone. I grew up in that era, though. I grew up in the era of like knowing my friends' phone numbers and calling them when I wanted to hang out with them. Like, I still remember my best friend's phone number from elementary school. I could call his house right now, and someone would be very confused because nobody who knows him or me lives there anymore. But I could. I'm so glad to be out of that era. Twinderella says, I am sometimes. Like, there's an era of efficiency that we've entered in some ways that is quite nice, right? But I don't love that, like, I just, like, when I can't get a human on the phone to ask a question, and like their voice thing, they're like the AI voice that like now talks to you at CVS, like they don't know anything. They're not answering my questions. So it's frustrating in that regard where I'm like, hey, I have a real question that I'm asking, and your thing is like, we don't know. Can you please put in your prescription number? And I'm like, I did. 3 times already. So that's fun. We love that. Cut to me just screaming operator at the AI. You ever had an AI answering service like that hang up on you? I have. Some of them will hang up to you if you start cursing. I've learned this from experience, having cursed and gotten hung up on. They don't love it. They're always a little annoyed at you when you start cursing, which I think is funny and also frustrating. We're also gonna take this chicken and shred this for the soup. So we're basically going to get everything prepped now for our things. I think this is the last thing that I actually need to prep. Aside from thawing my stock, which I'm not going to do until I need to cook it. Well, I guess I should do that now, but we'll get to that in a moment. Yeah, shredding the chicken for the soup. Everything is ready. It's like I have a whole counter full of stuff over here that's like ready to go in things. And so for the next like 3 hours, we're going to spend cooking, not just prepping. So that's the agenda coming up here. Yeah, I've got chicken. I've got the broccoli's done, the onion's done, the garlic's done. The cheese is already shredded. The eggs do not need to be done until we're ready to put them in the quiche. The tomato's done. The bacon's done. The spinach does not need to be touched until it's ready to go in the quiche. Cheese is already shredded. Eggs are already done. For the soup, the chicken is finished / in progress towards being shredded and complete. The carrots are cut. The celery is cut. The onion is cut. The garlic is cut. So for the soup, everything is ready. It's chicken noodle soup, but you don't put the noodles in until you're cooking it for serving. I'm just going to use like it's just like a bag of egg noodles, right? Like when you cook it, you just put the egg noodles in, plus an extra like 3 cups of water. for the breakfast wraps, the sweet potato is done. I need to get the sweet potato out of its skin and put that into a bowl. The eggs I need to cook for that. But I think I'm going to put the eggs on a sheet pan in the oven like we did before, and just cut like strips of egg off, scrambled egg off, as opposed to doing like fried eggs. Black beans are seasoned, cheese is already shredded, bacon is cooked. Banana bread muffins need to be made, so that's a totally different thing from anything else that I've been doing, which is why I haven't touched the banana bread muffins yet. But those should come together pretty easily. That's like a baking thing. We'll just get my ingredients out. We'll measure it. It's all in one bowl. I'll put it in muffin trays. I'm going to cook them in muffin cups so that they can be popped out of the tray really easily. And then maybe they just look a little nicer, I think. But that should be pretty straightforward also. Those potatoes should be good now to get out of their skins. So we'll do that next. And then I really think we'll be pretty much prepped, like meased, completely meased, with the exception of things that need to happen for the banana bread. The onions are almost finished caramelizing back here. I'm going to put a little touch of olive oil in this pan because they're starting to burn on the bottom, and otherwise they're almost finished. I'm getting much less steam coming off of them right now. So all of the moisture is almost gone, which is the goal. One picked up. And banana bread? Totally. Muffins, though. Muffins arguably are more complicated, but the bread itself is very simple. It's a recipe I've been working on this will be the third time I've made this version of the recipe, and this will be the first time that I'm doing it with the first time that I'll be doing it in muffin form. So I'm using this as an experiment essentially for what that entails. So chicken is finished, ready to go. Here are my sweet potatoes. These are good. We're just peeling the skin off of here. This is pretty good, but it's got a little bit of pulp or meat pulp. What do you call the inside of a potato? Pulp left on here. So we'll take that and scrape that off with a spoon. That potato is done. This one is just about finished, or not just about finished. Why do they even say that? That was a weird thing to say. They're all finished. They're definitely cooked. But the roasted sweet potatoes, I'm getting out of their skin, and then I'm just gonna mash these for a moment with a fork, and we'll sort of eyeball all of this. I'm not. Y'all know that generally speaking, I'm much more of a let's do this by the numbers. We'll measure everything. We'll get an exact amount. I'm not going to do that today. I don't think that's really necessary. I'm only making 12 of these. Usually when I do stuff like this, I'm making like 50 of them. I'm not going to mash these with a fork. I'm going to crush these with my hand because I'm right here and my hand is right here and it has a glove on it. Holy shit, those potatoes are hot on the inside. My hand is like, whoa, buddy. Those were in the oven, you know? What are we doing? It's fine. We're good. That felt awful. But it's fine. We got it. Those are done. This whole tray is done. That can go over on the counter. We'll wipe our counter again. I'm going to turn my onions down just a little touch because those are pretty hot. And we are ready, truly and proper ready to assemble things. Let's get our things in order here, okay? So, first things first, we're going to make the let's do the quiche first. So we're going to bake the quiche. The quiche has tomatoes and bacon And we got to get out the cheese and the egg. We got extra sharp cheddar and regular sharp cheddar. So cheese for quiche 1, cheese for quiche 2. Eggs for all the quiches. So quiche number 1 is lettuce. If not lettuce, then spinach. We got spinach, lettuce, tomato, bacon, lettuce, tomato, plus cheese, eggs. That's good. Quiche number 2 is broccoli, caramelized onion, which is on the stove, which let's get that off the stove now. I'm going to put that in a glass bowl. So this is good to go. Let's get this into a bowl. Have big bowl of caramelized onion. There it is. We got broccoli, onion, garlic. Where's my garlic? This garlic is for the quiche. Let's put that garlic in with the onion because it's just going to get mixed in. We'll mix that up with a spoon in just a moment. Okay, so we have broccoli, onion, garlic, cheese, and egg. So this is quiche 1, quiche 2, eggs in the middle. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Nice to see you. For the soup, we have our celery, carrot, chicken, onion, garlic. So all of this is for the soup. And then for the wraps, we have our bacon, black beans, sweet potatoes, bacon, black beans, sweet potatoes. Cheese. I also have cheese in the fridge. More cheese. We have Mexican style cheese for the wraps. Plus eggs, which we're going to cook. We're going to cook those on a sheet pan in the oven. So that'll be easy and ready to go. Because the oven's already going to be on. Banana bread muffins are a totally different animal. We also have for the quiche, I have for the tomato. Wait, no, this is for the breakfast wraps. So we have this for the wraps. And then what does this go to? This is for the soup. So here's this. Okay. So in order, we're going to do the quiches first, then the soup. Then we're going to assemble the banana bread muffins, which like here they are. Here's the bananas for those, but that's totally separate. Then we're going to do the wraps. So while all of that is happening, this is the process. So all of this is ready to go. We just did all of this crap. I'm going to slide these things back over now on the counter, but they're in sort of the relative order and location of where I want them to be, which is great. That's for the wraps. So this is for the soup. Onion, garlic is first, then these, then that. Okay. Quiche number 1, quiche number 2, and we are ready to assemble. Okay. We got it. The meat, potato meat, the entrails. That's a good one. I call the inside of the potato the o-tato, one says. I like that. That's a good joke. Thank you for that one. Well, I appreciate that. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Happy Thursday or Friday Junior happy Friday Junior if it pleases you. Let's get our quiche shells out. Where are my pie shells? There they are. Okay. So I also need to manage some of this stuff in the freezer because I'm going to need to put quiches right here to freeze. Here are my pie shells for the quiche. This is chicken that I popped in the freezer earlier that was leftover that I wasn't using for the soup. That is cold enough now that I'm just going to take that and pop it off of the tray into a plastic bag. And put that back in the freezer because it's currently taking up the space in the freezer that I'm going to need later to freeze all the things that I'm making today. This chicken is just for later use. I don't know what it's for. I just bought the family pack of chicken thighs and didn't use all of them. Maybe I'll just toss these in the basket of stuff that I'm bringing over and be like, here, also have some chicken thighs. Here's 1 meal worth of chicken thighs. It could be fun and could also be like, what? Whatever. So quiches, here's the deal with the quiches. We're going to separate these 2 and 2. So 2 are going to be the tomato bacon, spinach, tomato, bacon. 2 are going to be the broccoli, onion, cheese. All of them are going to have cheese in them. All of them are going to have egg in them. Obviously, they're quiches. It wouldn't be a quiche without an egg. It would just be like a weird vegetable pie. I'm realizing also that my sheet pans are... both of my sheet pans that I usually put quiche on had bacon on them, so those are not available. We're going to take my cookie sheet pans that I usually use and put our quiche on those. I'm going to line them with some parchment paper first so that they catch any egg overflow. Usually the quiches don't overflow, but they can, and that's why you put parchment underneath of them. Okay, this is, hold on. I need space on my counter for 2 full-size sheet pans. That is not a normal need. It is a normal need. It happens pretty regularly, actually, but it's with all this other stuff I have on here, it is kind of a tall order to ask that. Okay, good. We did it though. And that's cool because these can actually fit like nicely on here. What we're going to do with these are take the tomatoes and let's do the spinach first, because the spinach is going to be larger, and we're going to put that in, and then we're going to put the rest of my solid ingredients on top of it, which will kind of push it down. When we put all the egg in here, it's going to kind of moisten everything anyway, and that'll end up getting pressed on the bottom anyway. We're going to put some spinach in here, not a ton, but enough where it's like a little layer of spinach. And back in the fridge. Tomato is next, so we'll do the tomatoes. I'm going to take this and pour the juice out of here into the sink. So I salted these earlier, so they had a bunch of juice in the bottom. I'm going to separate these roughly half and half. And again, I'm only doing 2 quiches with tomato. So we have tomato and spinach and bacon in one, approximating like a BLT energy, for lack of a better term. And then as I'm finishing with these, we're like clearing them off the counter, which is really nice. So we have bacon, lettuce, and here comes the bacon. What I don't end up using with the bacon here, I'll just put, if I don't end up using it all, which I don't think I'm going to, that's quite a bit. So we'll put that on the plate with the other bacon for our wraps. Into these two quiches, we have broccoli. So we have one, these are the broccoli and onion. So we got broccoli. And then onion and garlic. I'm going to give this a little mix here because I just dumped the garlic on top. So let's kind of stir the garlic in. The garlic is minced, or not minced. I did it with the microplane. So the garlic is really pretty heavily chopped. So this is good. We're going to spread cheese on the top of this. And then when I put the egg in, I'm going to take a spoon and just give these a big stir. With the egg, I'm going to do, let's see, I have 18 eggs in that container. I'm definitely using all of those. So we're going to do one container. One 18 egg container, and then we might end up doing a few more. I'm going to do, for the wraps, we're going to also do 1 egg per wrap, so that's a dozen eggs. So I have, let's see, 18 plus 1. I thought I had a second egg in here. That actually kind of scares me because where did it go? Uh-oh. That's fine. So we'll do 19 eggs in these two quiches. If I need more, we'll do more. But what we're going to start with here is we're going to start with this bag of sharp cheddar. I'm going to use all of this bag because I have, sorry, this is extra sharp cheddar. I have extra sharp cheddar and regular sharp cheddar. So we're just going to use all of this. And then if I feel like I need a little more, we will open the other bag. And if not, I'm not going to open it because I don't need to, because I'd rather not if I don't have to. I think this is probably going to be enough because I don't need a lot of cheese in these. They're mostly egg, but the broccoli I definitely want more than the other ones. So these are good. We'll use the rest of the bag in here. Great. That looks to be about right. I'm going to add a little bit of salt on the top. Again, I'm going to mix all of this in with a spoon once I pour the eggs in here. So what we're doing is we're filling the shells with all of the dry ingredients first, and then we're going to add all of our egg into one bowl. We're going to crack all the eggs into one bowl and then just pour it evenly so that each of these quiches has sort of roughly the same height of egg, not if not the same amount. We're going to make them look the same visually. So we're going to split 19 eggs between all of these quiches. That's the goal. Okay, so let's get our egg in the middle. We can do that. Let me wash my hands because we're going to crack like a whole bunch of eggs. Next time I make a quiche, I want to try cheese on the bottom because I feel like it always gets soggy, even par-baked. I definitely feel that, Avo. I have a tendency to overcook my quiches too. For that reason. Like, I always feel like they're just a little liquidy when I'm done with them, sort of no matter what I do. So almost always when I make quiche, what I look for when I'm cooking it is that the quiche filling has pulled away from the pie shell. Like that it's completely sort of, it's starting to dry up and like constrict inward. That's when I'm like, okay, I'm pretty sure this is not dry on the bottom. I feel like there's a temperature that I could be aware of, which would be nicer for me as someone who loves that kind of exact nature of things. But I haven't quite considered what that would be. That's a thing that I would probably want to experiment with for my own self. Calvin was telling me this morning that his instructor at cooking camp told them that to perfectly crack an egg, they drop it on the counter from like this height, which like that worked pretty well. And I was like, I do that too, but I just don't drop it. Like, oh, that was cool. Sometimes we pull the egg apart and it like doesn't, the little sack on the inside doesn't come apart, and you just like peel the shell off of it. Oh no. There we go. Okay. Whew. Speaking of shell, I got a piece of shell in that one. No good. So I just pulled my compost bin back out. It's now at my feet again because I need a place to put all these eggshells. So, like I said, we're doing 19 eggs across 4 quiches. So that's almost 5 eggs per quiche. I might just do an even 20 eggs just to say that it was 5 eggs per quiche. But we're gonna mix this up. I might actually end up doing more because I feel like when I do two quiches, which is the typical amount that I've done on stream before, I end up using like 18 eggs for 2 somehow. But I feel like also maybe I do less filling in those, so I'm not sure. Again, this is a situation where typically the ratio for quiche is basically like 2 cups of filling per quiche plus like a half a dozen eggs. So 24 eggs is what I would expect to use in here. So I want to mix up these 18. I'm going to start distributing that, and then we'll see how far that takes me. Because I do have more. I just don't want to overdo it. You know what I mean? Marma says, with my luck, I dropped the egg from that height. It would roll off as I'm attempting to go and grab it midair and hit the floor, and I'd step in it. Yup. I was like, why? My response to that was like, why would you drop the egg? Like, why wouldn't you just like tap it? Like, just tap it from that height. Like, I don't understand. Explain it to me. Like, I'm going to whisk this with the eggs in it before I add the milk to it. So that way I can see the egg yolks. There we go. Okay. Good. 18 eggs. I never buy the big carton of eggs like that. That's I always just buy dozens because the market doesn't have big cartons. But I got those at Wegmans because they have them, and I was like, I'm going to use all of these for sure. All right. Sounds squishy. It does. It does. It has a very interesting sound when you're going that fast. Let's distribute this. This is 5 cups of egg here. So we're just gonna pour this in. I'm gonna let it settle for a moment. I'm definitely gonna need more egg than this. Like, I know that right now, because that was the right amount. That was the right amount of eggs for 3 quiches. So let's do like 6 more eggs. Yeah, like 6 more. Before I do that, let me just make sure and like distribute these ingredients here. We're going to kind of give this a little stir, as I mentioned. Yeah, this is right. So you don't want it to come all the way up because it is an egg and it will get fluffy. So it will puff as scrambled eggs do. So with quiche, you want to make sure that your egg is just kind of below the lip of the pie shell. Unlike, say, a custard where you want it to like come all the way up, because it's not gonna get any bigger. It is going to be what it is. So This is looking good. The broccoli cheddar, I can stir a little bit more than the other one because the other ones have spinach on the bottom, and I don't want to disturb that too much. So that looks good. These are looking good though. Like visually they look great. I'm gonna add, let me see, 19 divided by 3, 6 eggs. Yeah, another 6 eggs. 6 eggs ought to do it. Let's do 7, and if we end up not needing that much, it's okay because I am going to use those for our wraps as well. 2, 3, 4, 5. And so after I'm finished with these quiches, I'm going to pop these in the oven, and then I'm going to crack the rest of my eggs that I need for my wraps and put those right into this bowl. So we're just doing everything egg related all at once, just like we did everything meat related and everything vegetable related. We're just working in batches here. Not batches, we're working with what kind of one thing at a time. So I don't have to go back and do this again. Okay, so that's good. I'm gonna pour this in here. That is, yep, that looks like the right amount. I am just gonna go ahead and add the rest of that to the other quiche. Give that a stir. And we're going to go right ahead and pop these in the oven. Because we got other stuff that we're doing with the oven today. So I want to get these in right away before I even start cracking those other eggs. Let's get the quiches in. So these are going in at 400 degrees. I'm going to drop my oven down to 375 because 375 is what I would usually bake these at. And I'm going to start a count up timer. No, I'm not. I'm going to start a 45-minute timer to count down, and that is good. So quiche is in the oven. We have deployed the quiche, ready to go. I'm going to crack the other dozen eggs here, and we're going to put those in the fridge because I don't have any room in the oven right now. Once the quiche is finished in the oven, I'm going to end up putting the banana bread muffins in there, but the banana bread muffins are not going to take up as much room. So the muffins and the eggs for the wraps will go in at the same time. So instead of baking or instead of doing like fried eggs, I was considering doing just the like scrambled eggs on a sheet pan for my for the wraps. One, they have a little bit more of a volume to them, and two, they are going to be easier to manage and get even. And also, just like I don't want to stand there and fry a dozen eggs separately. I've done that before for stream, and it turned out fine. They were, you know, it didn't take all that long, but I'm trying to be more efficient here with the actual process because as I'm doing the wraps, I've got other stuff to deal with. Or as I'm like, I don't want to stand and spend any more time than I need to on any single ingredient, right? X-ray only took about 5 minutes. It was in and out really fast. Good. That's good. Checking up on a neighbor. Yeah, and then this is the time, like midsummer and midwinter, when you need to check up on older folks like that. Good for you. Catastrophe. Yeah, I'm glad to inspire. The quiche is really straightforward from a ratio perspective. Basically, if you get one of those pie shells, the pre-made pie shells, the ratio is really simple. It's 4 cups of if you buy two pie shells, you just make 4 cups of filling. and like a dozen eggs, and that's it. It's super easy. I'm no saint, but I try to be nice. Yeah, and that's, listen, you can be both. You can, you know, you can be a good person no matter what else, you can be a good person no matter how else you show up in your life. We contain multitudes, right? All right. So these eggs are good. They're ready to bake. We're going to pop those into the refrigerator because I don't have any space for them in the oven currently. I have 2 shelves worth of quiche. Let me turn my oven light on so I can kind of keep an eye on the quiche. Okay, so let's recalibrate. We chopped the herbs. We've salted the black beans. We have assembled the quiche and are baking the quiche. We're going to work on the soup now because I don't have an oven available for the banana bread muffins. So we're going to get the soup on, and then we'll get the soup on, and then we'll assemble the banana bread muffins. And by the time that's done, the quiche will either be finished or not. And we'll put it in or not, and that's okay. But let's do the soup now. I'm gonna get my Dutch oven out for the soup. Actually, no, I'm gonna do, hold on. This butter is, I got that butter out for the banana bread. It is warm now. It's like more than room temperature. It's warmer than room temperature. So we're gonna put that back. I didn't use that other thing of sharp cheddar. So here's what we're going to do. I am going to get 2 pots out. One is for the sauteing of the soup, and we're going to put the soup, we're going to make it in that pot. The other one is for our stock, because the stock is frozen. And it needs to be not frozen. So I need to get that to a place of being ready to use. I should have done this earlier. I should have put this out on the counter in this pot earlier today, but I didn't, and that's okay. Totally okay. Joe says, you can yell at AI on the phone and also send people cookies. Yup. Fun fact, AI isn't a person, so you can yell at it all you want. Say the meanest shit possible. I get unduly annoyed when this is so silly. I get annoyed when Gwen and Calvin call the, is this soup or is this stock? No, that's stock. It's just cloudy. Call the Google or the Alexa devices that when they gender them. Because every once in a while, Gwen will be like, oh, I asked Alexa and she said blah, blah, blah. And I'll be like, it's not a she, it's a robot. And that also makes me kind of like a kind of a weirdo myself for just like caring about things like that. But I'm like, let's not normalize giving human trait to a thing that is distinctly not human. Yeah, kitchen temperature, exactly. Exactly. Velas, I hope you do have a good weekend for being outdoors. I like that trifecta. That is also a favorite trifecta in my household, for me anyway. Okay, soup. Ready to go with the soup. Let's get our onions and garlic in here. So this is heating. So I have this on high right now. This is going to melt hopefully quickly. If not quickly, then it won't, and that's fine. Also, I'm considering like future thinking here. I might end up cooking those eggs in a pan, but if I do cook them in a pan, we're going to cook them in my largest cast iron pan, and then that would be fine. I could do that on the stove, and I would be okay. I'd be okay doing that. I need to turn the air conditioner on in my house because currently my house is, drumroll please, 28 degrees. That is 82 Fahrenheit. So currently it is 82 degrees in my house, which is too hot. Okay. That's way too hot. Okay. There we go. All right, it finally came on. Dumbass cheeseball. Perhaps ironically enough, the robots are non-binary. Yeah, that is actually kind of ironic. Welcome in. Yeah, I know that like they try to make AI all nice, right? And like it speaks to you, it like talks nicely to you, but like I'm not all about that. I'm sorry. I'm just like I'm not having it. I don't need this. I don't use it. Also, to be fair, like I am a non-AI user. I don't hate it in the sense that there are people who are like, we shouldn't have this, it shouldn't be a thing at all. I get annoyed when it's like like that is the only source of information that someone uses. When it's like, oh, I found that like the Google AI said that blah blah blah, and I'm like, cool, did it validate it? Like, oh, come on, man. Alpha Victor Charlie, thank you. Twitch was glitching. Good to know. It could be me. It could also be me. That's not unreasonable to assume that it's something on my end as well. Okay, let's get this stove camera ready to go. So we're gonna do our soup here. I'm gonna start with our onion and garlic, and before we do that, we're gonna say hello, which is fine because it gives my my stock time to melt. Timmy, welcome in. Good to see you. Callie Kong, hello. Welcome in. Pauline, welcome. Nice to see you. Persephone, hello. Happy Friday, Junior. Stitch Lover, hello. Don't forget to hydrate. I will at some point. I probably will. I might not. Also, I had what did I drink earlier? I had a coffee 3 hours ago. Timmy, welcome in. Friend of the stream, Timmy Buble. Were you playing on stream today, or were you cooking? I know today. Usually, it is a gaming stream today. As a shout out in chat, friend of the stream, fellow food and drink streamer, as well as random various gaming streamer as well. Timmy Buble, welcome in. Nice to have y'all. Welcome. My name's Lou. This is a cooking stream. It's almost always a cooking stream, except for when I'm out in the world doing IRL, walking around. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I live in Philadelphia. I am, in fact, a parent. That's where the name comes from. My pronouns are he, they, and it's nice to see you. Welcome. Followers are silent and anonymous. There's no alerts or sounds, and I'm not going to say hi to you if you hit the follow button. So if you, like me, are a lurker and don't want to be perceived, please go ahead and hit the follow button and chat if you want attention. We do cooking here. I do recipe development on stream. We also do a lot of vegetable forward family meals, baking, meal prep, which we're doing today. We make snacks. We make cookies at least once a month, and sometimes we get out in the world for IRL adventures. We like to chat. Think about it like sitting at your friend's counter while they are making a meal or dinner or whatever. You can get me off topic pretty easily. You can get me back on topic just with the same ease. And I'm happy to have y'all. Welcome in. Callie says, I want attention, but not weird attention. Well, I wanted weird attention, which is why I started streaming. So I can relate, but also not relate. Alpha Victor, the cameras look nice. Thank you. We have 3. There's this one here, which is the main camera. There's this one here, which is above me, which you can't really see, but it's like literally right here, just off camera. And then the one that's on the scissor arm on the stove, it moves all around. It goes over on the sink. It goes out into the oven. It doesn't go in the oven, but I use it for the oven. You can also see my feet on that one. Command feet. Just kidding. There's no command feet. Let's not do that. Don't do that. And yeah, there's three cameras. Feet pics. Not for free, you don't. Anyway, it only depends. It's on that site. That's the you'll find it where you'd expect to. Command Discord for more information. We're going to. Is he joking? Is he joking? No, he's not. We're going to move over to the stove now. Because we're doing a bunch of meal prep today. So we're doing. We have quiche in the oven, or I'm working on a soup. I'm going to do banana bread muffins kind of in between all of that. And then I have wraps, breakfast wraps with bacon, black beans, sweet potato, and cheese, and egg that are going to be coming next soon, roughly. Homemade fettuccine in a walnut sauce. Hell yeah. That sounds really good. I love homemade anything. Homemade pasta is great. Gabrielle, welcome in. Quiche. I love quiche. It is delicious. I love homemade pasta in general. Alpha Victor says, does the camera on the stove melt? Yes, it does. In fact, it has melted before. Oh, there's a command for that. Command camera melt, I think, will take you to a clip of me melting the camera, or the camera actively melting in like on stream. Like you can't see the camera melting because it's the view from the camera, but it is the visual of the camera getting worse and worse and worse and worse until I realize that I'm melting the camera. But I am using the camera on the stove is an Elgato face cam. So that one is the overhead camera for the counter and the one on the stove are both face cams. The main camera is a face cam pro. All of the stream tech information is in the bio on Twitch. It's one of the panels down below. There's a lot of panels on the profile page. If you've never checked out the panels on my profile page, feel free to give them a little peruse. They talk all about all of like the stream details. So I have melted the camera on the stove. This is in fact my third stove camera. This one is better because I can zoom it in and not have to drop it down as low to get the same view, which is honestly kind of helpful. What we're doing now is a start to chicken soup. So earlier in stream, I chopped up the onion and the garlic, the carrots, the celery, the herbs, and I roasted the chicken. And now we're just going to put all of that together with some homemade stock. It's not, the stock is both vegetable and chicken. So I'm using, I had chicken bones and vegetables. I make my own stock most of the time. It's a mix of like kitchen scraps, so I don't have a recipe for it. It's never really the same. I just save all of my kitchen scraps and then cook them into stock. So that's also on the stove right now. I had frozen it, and it's yeah, it's a I think I put 5 quarts into the thing. Muffins, welcome in. Also, you owe me a sub. I got you. You know what? I do, and I will. Here we go. You ready? Hopefully this works. I mean, I know that it works. When I say hopefully it works, I mean hopefully it's still connected to my payment method. There we go. Hey, Eat It Dads, thank you for the gift subscriptions to Muffins. We appreciate you. Why did I just gift a subscription to Muffins? Well, that's because they were a cookie club winner this past month, and one of the prizes for Cookie Club, command cookies in chat if you're like, what are you talking about? Muffins, refresh your screen and all of that will show up for you. We do a drawing every month, and one of the prizes is, if you win, is homemade cookies, but you can also pick a gift subscription to any channel on Twitch or credit to the merch shop. All of that information is on the website, which is currently in chat. There's a link to that. You can click it. You can get all the details. It is, in fact, completely up to date. I updated it recently, that page on the website. So, hey, we see a big cookie. The Cookie Club winners can opt to get a gift subscription to this channel in addition to, or not in addition to, but or any channel on Twitch. But if you've ever gotten a gift sub through Cookie Club, you'll know that I ask you to remind me while I am live, because here's what I don't want to happen. I don't want to gift you a sub and then not stream for like 2 weeks, which happens not regularly, but like recently I didn't stream for a week, and you know, if I'd have gifted a sub before then, it's like it's like a week wasted, you know what I mean? Potato soft tacos, nice. Potato tacos are so delicious. A lot of homemade stuff in chat. Timmy made homemade pasta. Man, I love cooking. I love cooking. It's so nice. That sounds delicious. Wait, which one was a joke? Callie, I missed it. Command joke if you're joking. I don't get it. I never get the jokes. I'm sorry. Love me. I just added a little bit of pepper to this. The auto mod thing. Oh. Sorry. I didn't see auto mod. I don't have auto mod on my I don't actually have that on my thing. How do I do that? Oh, there we go. Sex-based terms. We don't like those. What kind of dirty, vile things are you putting in chat, Callie Kong? I'm just kidding. This is a very puritanical stream, haven't you heard? All right, so we're adding our carrot and celery to this now. We're going to saute all of this together for maybe 5 minutes, a little more than that. This doesn't need to be super complicated here. We're going to add, again, we're going to salt as we go. Everything gets salted and peppered as we go. Layers of flavors as we, I was going to say as we say, but that's literally not something I've ever said before. So as we say today and today only. But this is our base for our chicken soup. The chicken is already cooked, so once these are cooked, I'm going to start putting my stock. Once the carrot and celery are a little softer than right now, we will start putting my stock in here. It's not organic for a reason. It's no. Do I have a recipe for this? I do not. Everything I'm making today is just like made up. Not made up. I mean, I'm not working from any kind of recipe today. We're just sort of making soup. I do have a lot of published recipes. If you hit command recipe, it will take you to a link that has a bunch of different recipes. They are mostly family friendly stuff that's, you know, 5 to 7 ingredients. A lot of dinners. There's some cookies. There's some soups. There's some desserts in there. But no, nothing is from a recipe today. The only recipe that I'm using today is for the banana bread muffins, and that is a recipe that I am working on. So I don't have a published version of that anywhere, but it is my recipe. I do have a ton of commands. For subscribers, all of the sounds are command-based, and then there's just like, there's a lot of them. If you do commands, it will give you a list of every command in chat. It will spit back out a list of every command that you have access to, and that is they're different for subscribers and VIPs. So there's a kind of a lot of options there. Okay, we're gonna let this we're gonna let this cook for a few minutes here, and come back on over to the counter. Just a little housekeeping note. My son and my partner have just arrived home. Usually when they come home, it's a little bit more noisy. I'm less focused for about 5 to 10 minutes while I say hello and like ask him how he's doing and blah blah blah. So we have that's happening, is going to happen. So he's probably going to come in and talk about his camp today, which is a cooking camp. So anyway, just FYI. Does the stove have four? There's 4 burners. There's two that are the same, that are like medium burners, and then the front burner where this pot is currently is like a quick boil burner, and then the back one behind that is a low simmer burner. So yes, it does.
What?
I see what you did. Hello. Calvin is here. This is my son. He's home from camp today. They did cooking camp, or he's at cooking camp. So I will put these things in the fridge.
ETA 3:32.
Oh, Ed's coming? Okay, awesome. So they're almost
We
here.
made Alfredo pasta.
Living room or basement?
Basement.
Do we care?
Italian dressing salad.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm still alive, so like I don't care what you.
Is it fine if I have them in the living room?
Yeah, it's fine if you have them in the living room. You're gonna hear they're gonna hear it on stream, but it's the house. That's how it is. It's all good.
Strawberry shortcake with no whipped cream or strawberries.
Ooh. Look at that. Not my face.
And
I
strawberry shortcake
have a Victor.
with whipped cream
Thank you.
and dressing.
Damn. Strawberry shortcake with whipped cream?
It might.
I see. I'm not going to tilt it any more than you are. I'm just holding it up. So Calvin's in cooking camp this week. This is week number 2 at cooking camp. He's been really enjoying it. Would you say you're enjoying it? Okay.
Can I say the name of our restaurant for tomorrow?
Do you, I mean, yes. You just made it up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want it to be a secret, or do you?
No.
Okay. If you
I
don't.
told Mom.
Oh, well then tell me.
So it's
Moonlight, welcome.
tomorrow. We're kind of like making a restaurant for our parents, and the name of our restaurant is Bonta, BONT''A. And does anyone know what that is in Italian?
BONT
in
apostrophe
English.
A. Bonta.
Any paper?
What do you? They can.
Okay. I just wanted to write it down.
You mean to show?
Yeah.
BONT''A.
Yeah.
I put it in chat.
Okay. Is anyone able to translate that to English?
I'm not. Timmy, I would have loved cooking camp too. I did. We did. When I was a kid, we took home ec in school, and that was my favorite section in home economics was cooking. We also did sewing, which I was not super good at. But what does bonta mean?
Deliciousness.
Oh, okay. That's
So,
cool.
The name of our restaurant is pretty much deliciousness.
That's very presumptive. Okay.
I haven't gotten home economics either yet.
Yeah, they don't have home economics anymore. We don't do that. Mathematics only. Cool.
What we're going to be giving them for the appetizer is going to be Caesar salad. For their entree is going to be,
So hold on. Caesar salad appetizer.
yeah,
Okay.
it's going to be, and for the entree main course, it's going to be bolognese linguine pasta.
And they're making this. This is
Yeah.
like a homemade pasta.
And we have a thing on the mixer,
Okay.
like an attachment that will cut everything perfectly.
Oh yeah, you have like the mixer, like so you're using like a KitchenAid mixer.
Yeah.
With the pasta sheeter and
We do that to
pasta cutter.
make it flat,
That's
and then
cool.
we cut it if we're doing linguine.
That's cool.
If we are not doing linguine, we'll just use like one of these things, a small one of these things.
Yeah.
With like the curvy side, so it'll make like curvy pasta.
Yeah. So Timmy in
And-
chat just made pasta on stream today.
Oh, nice. What kind?
They said
pasta.
fettuccine with a walnut sauce.
Walnut sauce.
Yeah, walnut sauce sounds very savory. I like that. Um,
And the dessert is strawberry shortcake.
love
So-
strawberry shortcake.
What we did today.
Excellent. That sounds wonderful.
Yeah, there's 4 groups. The restaurant, the camp is separated into 4 groups. Like they all kind of work together, in some things, but there's 4 tables and we all go to a different table. And I am in table 2, and each table has its own restaurant. So each table is making their own kind of pasta, their own kind of sauce, their own kind of salad or bread. But everyone's making strawberry shortcake.
Proud of all. See you soon. Thank you for hanging out. That's great. I'm looking forward to it. So the parents are coming tomorrow to the camp to like dine at this restaurant. And so I am this one and his group are making food for the parents as like part of the camp experience. So I'm like, hell yeah, let's go. I'm into that. Hopefully the parents are good tippers.
Yeah, you better give us a tip.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I already paid for the camp.
That's true. Can I put it in the eat first?
I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna put this in the fridge so that you can just keep facing the camera.
Oh yeah. Well, I would have just said.
I got it. I'm on it. Okay. Okay. Cool. That sounds great. I am very much looking forward to it. I said that I was going to have a list of things for you when we got home today. I did not. So
Oh yeah.
if you could get out, Cal, if you could just get out like 2, 3 outfits, like shorts and short shirt, socks and underwear, that would be great.
Yeah.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
Can you do that?
That's it.
Yeah.
We'll do like friends blankets and everything tomorrow.
Yes. That you can do that in the morning. Do you have chores on that? Do you have not chores, responsibilities? Empty the dehumidifier. Okay.
No, it's dehumidifier.
Okay. Can you get that? Thank you.
Get the LC.
Right on.
Of course I will get the LC and I will bring it onto the camera.
Okay. Well, let's not. Well, I don't want her on the counter.
Not on the counter, but
We have a cat. There's a cat. If you like cats,
LC.
there's a cat on stream. This is our cat, Elsie.
Let me
We
put
have
it into the.
we have 3 cats. Alpha Victor, I will share in just a moment here. I'm happy to talk about the stuff on the fridge. Yeah, but this is Elsie. Hey, we got a command, Elsie. Good job. Thank you, Not and Getty. Almost at 100 appearances, little girl. We see you.
100 appearances.
Elsie is
How much does Obi and Ash have?
Elsie is 15 months old. So she is they're all still quite young. Yo, not quite. Yeah, not quite. I don't know how many Obi and Ash have. Hold on, let's see.
Command cat counter.
Yeah, I got it. I want to see. Oh, Ash is almost at 100. Almost. Almost there. All right. Hold on. Let's pause. I need to calibrate here. Quiche has 12 minutes left until 45 minutes. The quiche is not done. Soup is on the stove. This is ready to go. We need to add the chicken to that. I'm going to add the chicken to this pan, and then we're going to add the stock. And we're going to let that simmer. We're going to let that cook for a little bit. And then once the carrots are soft, basically, then we're good to go. Okay, so Cal, can you make sure that you have all of your stuff ready to go for karate tonight, please?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm adding the chicken to this. I'm gonna mix all of that in. Yeah, we have three cats. They're triplets, so they're all exactly the same age. Ash and Obi are boys, and then Elsie is a girl. Okay, so that is good. I'm going to go ahead now and take this camera up a little bit. Let's put it sideways like that so that it is we can see both of the pots on the stove. Maybe. There we go. Okay, and we're gonna move our. We'll start putting some of this stock from this pot into the other. Callie says, when you say Callie, I think it's for me. Yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah, he goes by Cal, Calvin, Callie. I have lots of little nicknames for that one. Actually, I need to move. I'm going to move this a little closer here because I'm kind of dripping in between. I don't want to do that. But we're gonna turn this pot here with all of the solids in it back all the way up, because I want this to simmer. And almost all of my stock is melted. So what I'm also gonna do here is I'm just gonna let this. I'm gonna kind of put this in. So we're gonna make this soup a little liquidy. When I say a little liquidy, I mean like I'm probably gonna put all of this stock in here, even though it's gonna end up being more stock than solids. But I want to do that because I'm gonna let it simmer for a little bit, and I'm also since this is a noodle soup, I'm not adding the noodles yet, and when we do add the noodles, they're going to take a lot of that liquid and absorb it. Alpha Victor, how do you make the stock? I save a bunch of different vegetable scraps and put them in the same pot that I'm cooking in right now and simmer them until it's done. Sorry, same thing came up by. Well, I appreciate you hanging out. I'm happy to answer your question about fridge things if you have returned at a later time. We have a little stock left here. I'm just going to go ahead and put the rest of this into this pan. That way I can just have one pan on the stove. There we go. And this, we're going to let this come up to temp. Let that come up to temperature. Simmer that for just a bit, and then we'll be good to go. So this soup is, sorry for the swinging around there. This soup is just going to come up to a simmer now. That's the goal. All right. We also have, just so y'all know, we have some folks coming over to the house. A friend of mine who has gone on our regular camping trip is coming over to meet two of our current foster cats. So he's going to be here with his son. So if you hear like chit chat in the background, that's them hanging out in the living room, meeting the kittens. So, all right, we are going to take. Let's see. What do we do? What are we going to do right now? Let's check the quiche. I'm going to check the quiche, and then we're going to check some boxes here. So, what's up, Ed? How you doing? Ben, nice to meet you. Welcome. Okay, we have. I'm going to check on the quiche. Then we're going to get the banana bread muffins together. That's what's next, because those are going to go in the oven after the quiche. The quiche is at 40. We're a little less than 45 minutes, or yeah, about 38 minutes. So they're definitely not done yet, but they are puffy. So the quiche is going to need, I would say, about another 10 minutes or so. So we got 7 minutes. No, not 10. 15. Let's set a timer for 15 minutes from right now. And we're going to leave both of those timers going. Okay, so what I need to do now is get out my banana bread recipe. I think I printed it out recently, but let me check. Is it over here? Corn tiramisu. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. I thought I printed it. I guess I didn't. Let me check in my notebook. If I didn't print it, it's okay. I know where to find it. Let's see. Banana bread. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Yeah, pecans, eggs. Shit, I don't have yogurt. That's okay. What can I use instead of yogurt? 2.5 ounces of yogurt. Nothing. We're just not going to do that. It'll be fine. Right? No, I was going to say maybe I'll do something else, but I'm not. Instead of yogurt, I might just add another banana, and that'll be fine. Oh, you going up to in Calvin's room? Oh, okay, cool. So we have kittens in the basement. Gwen is a cat fosterer, and we have some folks over right now. So Link, we have currently there's 6 cats in the house. 3 live here. Obi, Elsie, and Ash live here. We have Link, Ganon, and Zelda. Link is already spoken for. Ganon and Zelda are getting looked at, evaluated, maybe, I don't know, whatever. They're meeting a potential foster family currently. So a friend of mine who is looking for cats, and his son are over currently meeting 2 tiny little kittens that just got spayed and neutered yesterday. So they are literally available for adoption starting like tomorrow, maybe a day or 2 after that. So they're like, yeah, pretty soon we might have 0 cats in the house, or 0 foster cats. Summer says, do you know how Pluto is doing in his new home? He's doing great. Yes, I do know how Pluto is doing. Gwen got feedback from the foster family. So Pluto and Saturn, it's not their names anymore, but they got adopted together. And they are doing great. They have acclimated. The family says that they're very friendly, that they really kind of came around basically within a day, and got they're super friendly. They said that they play together all the time, that they have been just like they're like fully acclimated now. So apparently they're doing great. He'll always be Pluto. I know, same. I don't even, yeah, I'm like, once they leave this house, I don't keep track of like what their name becomes, right? Because I don't care. Like, not that I don't care, but like he was Pluto for 2.5 months here. Like, he hasn't been gone for 2.5 months, so he's still Pluto and to me anyway. Same. But he's doing great. I think they went to a house with another cat that was a little bit older, and apparently they're all like they're all doing great. So it was definitely good to hear. I was pleased that was the case. Before I get the butter out, not out, before I start on the banana bread, I want to prep my tray for cooking these eggs. Because once I pull the quiche out of the oven, I want to put eggs. I want to put at least the eggs into the oven, because the eggs are the muffins. The muffins are the final thing. Like, so the muffins are what they are. The eggs are then coming out and getting used in something else. So I want to make sure that I get the eggs in, so that I have them available when I'm ready. So they're sort of the priority, as it were. I got this in the tray around the edge. We're going to crumble it up so it lays flat, as we do. Honestly, one of my favorite kitchen. It's not even a hack. Like, it's just a technique. It's more around process than anything else. But the eggs are going to bake on that tray. I'm going to get those out now, because if I don't get them out, I may honestly forget to put them in at all. I need 2 eggs for this, so we'll get those out. I'm going to get the rest of my ingredients out too, for the banana bread. So soften the butter, got it. Grease a loaf pan, coat with a thin layer of flour. I just need to get out my muffin tin and my muffin cups. I don't know if I'm going to need. I'm going to start with 12, and we'll see how many I can get out of that. Preheat oven to 350. Already done. In the medium bowl, whisk together the flour, sugar, baking soda, and salt. So we'll get a bowl out for that. And then we're going to mix all of it in this bowl. I'm going to use the hand mixer this time instead of getting out my stand mixer. Flour, sugar, baking soda, and salt. Stir in the blueberries, chocolate, coconut, and pecans. I'm supposed to toast the pecans. I'm not going to do that this time. Let's get out my ingredients though. I need flour. Oh, hold on. Timer's going off. What's the timer for? Timer's for the quiche, but the quiche isn't done yet. I set a separate timer for when I think the quiche will actually be done. That has 8 minutes left on it. So I still have time to get out my ingredients. All right, great. Flour. So I have regular flour and rye flour. Brown sugar, baking soda. That's baking soda. Salt is over at the counter. Okay, let's move these things over here. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna measure these. No, not toasting. I know. I don't think I'm going to today, because my oven is just like in use right now, and I don't want to have to think about. I don't want to have to think about nuts as well as all of this, as well as what's in the oven also. And honestly, I think it'll be fine. Otherwise, I'm going to make the recipe the same, so it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Wait, so we have all that out: blueberries, chocolate chips, coconut, pecans. So chocolate chips, blueberries. Oh wait, I didn't get the rye flour. The rye flour is here. Pecans are in the other cabinet. I think I need vanilla for this, so I'm going to grab that anyway. Okay, blueberries, chocolate chips, rye flour. Pecans are in the other cabinet. Butter is on the counter. Eggs are on the counter. Yogurt I don't have. We're going to use another banana, vanilla extract. Okay, and then I have 5 ripe bananas. Let's get a 6th. And we are ready to go. Let me get the pecans out, though. Pecans, mysteriously, are in a separate... I always keep the pecans in a completely separate location from the rest of my baking stuff. Or do I? I think I moved it. I do. I think maybe I moved my pecans, or did I use them? Shit. Did I use all my pecans? No. No way. No way. There's no way. Hold on. Hold on. Nope. Not there, not there. Those are sunflower seeds. This is rice. Did I really use all my pecans? I guess we'll use what should we put in here instead? Pistachios? We think pistachios will be good? I think pistachios would be fine. Why not? Okay. In a medium bowl, whisk together the flours. So I have 213 grams of AP flour. I feel like pistachios would be okay in here. I like pistachios. I hope they're not allergic to pistachios. I asked them if there were any allergies, and they said no. I said, do you have any allergies or any preferences? Like, we don't like onions would be a nice thing to know. And they were like, nope. So, pistachios it is. Or maybe we just exclude the nuts entirely? I don't know. 68 grams of rye flour. $36, $50, $59, $67, $69. Close enough. So flour. Now the sugar. 3/4 cup of brown sugar. 148 grams of brown sugar. This is dark brown sugar, which is fine. It just says brown sugar. I wasn't prescriptive. 148 grams of brown sugar. I almost always use dark brown sugar though. Unless the recipe calls for light brown sugar, I usually do dark. Because that's what I have more of in the house. 647, 50, 150. Close enough. Again, close enough. Baking soda. So I need 3/4 teaspoon of baking soda. So we'll do, that's a half teaspoon. So we'll do 1 of those and then roughly a half of 1 of those. Okay. And salt. 3/4 teaspoon of salt. Again, we're just going to use kosher salt for this. So that's a half a teaspoon, 1, and half again of that. Whisk together the flour, baking soda, sugar, and salt. So we're going to whisk that so that it is incorporated. This brown sugar is not old, so it's still pretty it's not chunky. When you have old brown sugar and it's all in like one big super solid chunk, it's kind of annoying. There's a trick to keeping it soft, and I honestly forget what it is. I think it's like keep a paper towel in the bag. There's some sort of trick to keeping brown sugar from going chunky while it's in the bag, or from getting too solid. But I can't for the life of me remember what it is off the top of my head. Okay, then we stir in the blueberries, chocolate, coconut, and pecans. So blueberries, 85 grams of dry blueberries. These are real dry blueberries. 85 grams of those. 40, 50, 60, 70. That's 97. That's fine. It's 5 grams over. 72 grams of chocolate chips. 50, 60. Okay, well, again, 82. 10 grams more, but we're using it up. And then 28 grams of sweetened shredded coconut, which is what this is. So we have 28 grams. That's about a quarter cup. And now, again, this is a recipe that I made up, that I'm following it pretty closely here. I'm sort of taking some liberties with the amount that I'm putting in, like a little extra here and there, just because I'm trying to use up the things that I'm putting in. Like, I'm not going to save 10 chocolate chips, right? Like, I'm just going to toss them in and we'll have 10 extra chocolate chips. It's like a rough estimate. It doesn't need to be super exact. I'm going to put these dry ingredients back in the cabinet now, though, because I want to keep them. Whoop, timer's going off. That means the quiche is likely to be finished. So we're going to take those and put these back, and then we'll check on the quiche before we move to the next thing. But I've measured all of my dry ingredients. That's good. Let's take a look over at the stove here. So come on down. Don't mind the little like flipperoo here. But we're going to take a look at this quiche. So this is looking pretty good in here. We've got, this is the broccoli cheddar. The center is solid. This is good to go. So we can pull these out of the oven. They're just starting to separate. The ones on the bottom here also look really nice. They're puffy. The centers are solid. So let me get my pot holders, and we're going to take those out of the oven, which is great. That means I want to put my eggs in the oven. So before I pull the quiche out, let me get the eggs ready to put in. Also, that will give me space on the counter to put the quiche down to cool. I don't want the quiche to stay on that tray forever, but I do want it to be in there for the moment. Where's my other pot holder? There it is. Okay. You know what? No, I do need to put the quiche onto something to cool. We're going to take it out and just put it right onto these racks. 2 pies per rack. Once that's out of the oven, I'll put my eggs in, and then we'll finish with the banana bread. We'll get that in. So quiches are finished. And got 2. 1, 2. Let's get these out of here. 3, 4. Two, 3. All right, 4 quiches out of the oven. What I'm going to do with this is we're going to take my egg, I'm going to put my tray in the oven, and then when it's in the oven, we're going to pour the egg in it like while it's in there, because I don't want to transfer it. I don't want it to go too far. So we're going to take this. This is a dozen eggs, and we're pouring these in just like that. I'm going to take some salt, put them on there. So a little salt over the top, a little bit of pepper. And we're going to pop that into the oven now, just like that. And that is going to bake in there for a few minutes. I'm not sure how long that's going to bake for, but I'm going to set a timer for 15 minutes to start, and we'll see where 15 minutes gets us. By the time that's up, I should be able to put my muffins in the oven at that point. So that's good. Caretaker, I know the quiches look great. They came out really well. They're going to settle a little bit, so they'll flatten out on their tops. While they're doing that, though, we're going to finish assembling the banana bread muffins and then get those in the oven alongside the egg, or underneath of the egg, rather. Aslan, welcome in on YouTube. Key lime pie. We love key lime pie. I love key lime pie. Do you make your own meringue? Are you making the key lime pie or just trying? So we have our dry ingredients whipped together. That is the flour, sugar, baking soda, salt, blueberries, chocolate, coconut, and pecans. I forgot the pecans. We don't have pecans. I forgot to put the pistachios in there. Let's see. What does the recipe say for pistachios? A cup of pistachios. That seems like a lot. Is there a weight on those? No, of course there's not. Yeah, I'm gonna get the other one. So I've got some salted ones and some unsalted ones. I'm going to mix them up. And we'll just do that. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. Oh, you're going to find the other cat? Okay, that's good. Ginger, welcome in. Hello. Rob, welcome. Joe, hello. Campy Dave, welcome in. Bama, hello. Love and Fly trying. Hello, welcome in. T-Bone, hello. Double S Loco, welcome in. Nice to see you all. I hope you had a good Friday Junior over on Ginger's stream. Nice to have you. Ernie, hello. I want Eat It Moms. There are several. There's several mom named food and drink streamers. A few, at least two that I can think of off the top of my head. Sean, welcome in. Hello, nice to have y'all. Friends who are joining us, we are mid cook, and this is good. I love today. Y'all have joined at the right time. Got the gingerbread beauty magnet on the fridge, as it were. If you're not following Ginger, you can scan the QR code on the screen right there. But welcome in, friends. Friends who are hanging out here. Gingerbread Beauty is a lovely human who I've met IRL. Is just as kind and considerate.
I have to get linked.
In real life as she is on stream. She streams regularly. When I say regularly, I mean like a consistent schedule throughout the week, doing a variety of things. Mostly just chatting, but she also plays marbles. And one of the things that I love about Ginger Stream is the level of like interactivity. There's buttons to push, like literal buttons, and also metaphorical ones. Anyway. But Ginger really does a great job keeping a community, like keeping people coming back and interested in all the little things that you can do and like contribute to be part of the community, not just on stream, but like in Discord. So definitely worth checking out and following if you are not already. And if you're not, there is a shout out in chat for that. For Ginger Stream. So welcome in, friends. It's really lovely to have you. For the folks who are just joining us, my name's Lou. This is a food and drink stream. There are a few buttons to push here. Some of them are mine, some of them are channel points. You can take your pick. First order of business, follows are silent. So if you're a lurker and you just like to hear the chatter and kind of be involved in the background, I want you to know that if you hit the follow button, there's no alerts, there's no sounds. I'm not going to say hi to you. There's no chat messages, just like hang out and enjoy. And if you want attention, you can say so in chat. and I will give you attention. And if nobody's chatting, I will fill the sound of silence with my voice and describing what I'm doing, which is cooking. This is a cooking stream. We do a lot of cooking here. I'm a home cook and recipe developer for work. Or I'm a home cook, but a recipe developer for work. I'm a parent. I live in Philadelphia, East Coast, United States. My pronouns are he, they, and I'm happy to have y'all here. Mostly what we do in stream is cooking. We do IRLs occasionally, but we're usually doing vegetable forward family meals, meal prep, which is what we're doing today. I do recipe development on stream. You can hit command recipes if you want a list of like things that you can make that I've written before and we've tested and made live on stream and developed live on stream. But mostly we're talking. So that's usually what you can find me doing. We're really enthusiastic about food, the community is, but also just like it's kind of a kitchen counter vibe. So like the conversation is not always about food. Infrequently it's about food. I'm always talking about food because I'm cooking, but like anyway, welcome in. What we're doing today is doing some meal prep. So another parent friend of mine recently had her second kid and is going to be the recipient of like a bunch of the things that I'm prepping today. We're doing so like I'm stocking her freezer essentially is the goal. We're meal prepping today. We're doing some basic stuff. Quiches. I have a soup on the stove. This is a chicken soup. It's simmering over here. This is going to be finished kind of any moment now. We're also doing banana bread muffins, and then I'm doing some breakfast wraps, which are going to be egg, sweet potato, black bean, bacon, and cheese. Oh, and cheese, obviously cheese. Right now, I am working on putting some banana bread muffins in the oven. So that's what we're up to today. Sab, welcome in. Nice to see you, Sab. I hope you're doing well. I was looking on your stream maybe last night, maybe the night before, and you were playing some music that like got into my head. I was listening to it at the gym today. I forget the name of the band, or I forget the song. It was like right towards the end of your stream. I think the name of the artist was like Aphrodite, or maybe that was the name of the song. Anyway, it got into my head, and I was like, "Oh, that's a good song." So I looked it up. Anyway, nice music selection. So Fluff, welcome, and it's nice to see you. Chaotic workday. I'm glad that you're having a chaotic workday because chaotic means that you're working, and working is good. And as we said on the last stream, sometimes it feels good to do that. So I hope it's chaotic and manageable. Book talk music. Okay. Yes. Yes. Correct. It was indeed that. Okay, prepare the wet mix. In a large bowl, mix the butter, then we add the eggs, yogurt, and vanilla. So we're gonna mix all of this in here. So we have butter. Let me wash my hands. It's been a minute. I also wanna check that soup because once that carrot is soft in there, I am going to take the soup and we're gonna take it off the heat. The carrot doesn't need to, Lou, use your words. The carrot is the last thing to cook in there. The chicken was cooked. The onion was cooked, the garlic was cooked. The celery and the carrot were like kind of going to simmer until they were soft. Let me check those now because if they're soft, we're going to take that off the heat because this doesn't need to be, it doesn't need to continue to simmer if the carrot is finished. So let's give this, come on, let me get a little piece of that carrot. Where are we here? Damn. There it is. Okay. Yep, that carrot is soft. Great. We're going to take this off the heat and just let that. I want to say let that cool, but I'm not cooling it per se because it's going to remain hot for a while. It's in a big container. So what I do want to do is taste the broth. I can't season the carrots any more than they are because that's they are what they are. But if the broth is nice and well seasoned, everything else will be good. So I mean, hopefully. Ran out of water in the car and it's 30 degrees. Oh my God, that is hot. 30 degrees for those of y'all who are more Fahrenheit inclined is like 85 Fahrenheit. 28 is 82. Nice little intersection of temperatures right there. Oh yeah, broth is good. Okay. Broth is good. I could use a little bit. What could that use a little more of? A little bit more salt. Not a ton. A little bit more pepper. Just like a little bit more spice. I say spice. Spice is not. It could use a little more salt. Just like a touch more. I also want to mix in a little bit of MSG to this, just like a little tiny bit. And we're going to put some, if I can find it in here, I'm going to, oh, do I have it? Oh, it's right up front because I was using it. I'm going to throw some nutritional yeast to get a little extra umami-ish flavor, and then some just dry dill. So all of that is just going to mix in, and like the dill will hydrate, the nutritional yeast will just melt in. It doesn't need to cook with that in there. So that's just going to be a little bit of additional stuff in here. Yes, seasoning. Exactly. Like when I say spice, I usually, like, I'm putting salt and pepper in it, Paulie, but like seasoning is more accurate because, you know, spices would be like nutmeg or coriander or ginger or, hey, ginger. Anyway, I hope stream was good for the folks who came in from Gingerbread Beauty stream. It is always a good time over there. It's one of those, stream is one of those channels that, like, when I'm sort of lurking midday on Twitch, I just love being able to pop in and just like hang out a little bit. I'm not a chatter on really any channel, but I do enjoy the energy. It's one of those places where it's like good vibes. I hate that the kids say that, but like I do like that. I do like that term. Mix the butter, add the eggs, yogurt, and vanilla. Okay, so we don't have any yogurt, but we do have an extra banana, which I'm going to use. It says using a hand mixer or a fork. I wrote the recipe, so I'm going to go ahead and just use a fork because I don't want to get out a hand mixer. It's just another thing to do. It says mix the butter until creamy, but like honestly, this butter was at room temperature and is like, this butter is basically heavy cream right now. So we're going to mix. Let's get these eggs. We're going to crack the eggs in. We can put the eggshells in this cup. Whoa. And put the eggshells in this cup right here. Eggs. And then vanilla. 2 eggs. 1 1/4 teaspoons of vanilla. I really need to do dishes at some point in this stream because there's a lot of them. I'm not going to do the dishes. I need to like file the dishes in the sink. Let me rinse my hands. Egg on my hands. I need to file the dishes, meaning get them from the sink into the dishwasher, at least some of them, because they are because the sink is very full. So this is a teaspoon. I need 1 1/4 teaspoons. So we're going to eyeball the second quarter here. That's about right. And welcome in. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you for hanging out today. Good to see you. All right. So we have our eggs and butter. We're going to mix those together. You know what? I could actually use my whisk for this. This would be a better use. Better than the fork. Because the butter is soft enough that the whisk will be effective. I did not add yogurt to this yet. I don't have yogurt. So I'm going to use an additional banana. I was thinking I could put like heavy cream in here. I was thinking maybe a little bit more butter, but it's banana bread, and so we're just going to go ahead and add an extra banana instead, and that'll be just fine. Why not, right? Let's get that in, and we will. Hold on, I need my compost bucket because I'm going to be opening 4 more bananas here. So I might as well get the compost bucket out. We can dump the eggshell. We can dump the banana peel in it. Perfect. Pause. I have eggs in the oven. That's what that camera is. I am, did I set a timer for those? I did. There's 10 seconds left. My sense of internal timing is like great today for some reason. Usually it's not. Occasionally we get a day where it's like, hey, I feel good. About my timing, I generally feel good. I don't go live on days where I don't feel good. Mentally, emotionally, physically. Anyway, a little bit about me, a little aside. So we're gonna mash that banana in with a fork, and then we'll mix this a little bit more. So this banana I want to be like fully mashed in. For this banana bread in general, this recipe calls for like partially mashing the bananas, because I personally want a banana bread that has a bunch of visible chunks of banana in it. Now, I know that's not everyone's favorite, but that's okay. There's plenty of banana bread recipes on the internet. This is not one of them. This is one that I have been working on myself. It is my recipe. But it combines a few different versions of a banana bread recipe that are things that I like out of banana bread. So, adding the eggs, yogurt, and vanilla, we did that. Mash 4 bananas, leaving some large chunks. Combine. Now, so we're going to mash our 4 bananas into this. Finish with the fork, or finish with the... Sorry, finish with the whisk, not the fork. Let's get our 4 bananas and mash all of these in. So 1, 2, hold on, 2, 3. Now these aren't, these bananas are like good ripe bananas. They're not super dark brown yet. So I'm interested to see how these hold up in the baking. Usually when I have, usually with banana bread, there is, they're like rotten, quote unquote, bananas, which is to say they are soft. Because these are a little bit more solid, I'm wondering how they will end up. I'm also not making bread today. We're doing muffins. Typically, so this was the 3rd time I've made this recipe on stream. The first 2 times we did loaf bread. This time I want them to be muffins. So they're not going to turn out exactly the same as they have in the past. So I don't think basically today is not a recipe test, so to speak, because I don't have all the ingredients. And I'm making them in a different format than how the recipe states. So this is just me trying it a different way and seeing how it is. 7/10 of the way, Uncommon, exactly. Hello, nice to see you. With a spatula, fold the dry ingredients into the wet mixture until just incorporated with no dry spots remaining. Okay, so we have our wet and our dries in one big bowl. We're going to fold this together, and then we're going to put this into muffin cups. I don't know whether or not, I don't know how many this will make. I'm sure there's some ratio available out there that's like for every loaf pan, 8 by, whatever size loaf pan I happen to have, I forget. That makes X number of muffins typically, but I don't have that information. So we're gonna start putting this into muffin cups. I know that it rises a little bit, so we're not gonna fill them all the way. If I end up having more than 1 muffin tin worth, that's totally fine. So this is what I'm looking for. No dry spots. I have big chunks of banana in here, and all of my all of my ingredients are incorporated without over mixing. So this is looking good. All right, I have to check the eggs in the oven because what I did was I have a sheet pan in here with our eggs for the breakfast wraps. I'm basically making a pan of scrambled eggs. So these are set in the center. These are finished. They look good. Take these out. Let's close that. I'm going to take these out. I'm going to close the oven up again. I'll come on back over here for a moment. I'm going to leave these right here on the counter to cool off because these are going to get cut up and put into assembled into wraps, which we're going to do while the muffins bake. So we're going to do those next. It's okay if the eggs cool off just a little bit because that way I can actually like handle them, which will be great. Let's get our muffin cups or our where do I have cupcake wrappers? There they are, baking cups. That's what they're called. So I'm using baking cups today instead of putting them directly into the pan because I just want to be able to like serve them and have them look nice. Now, question. Nope, never mind. We're not going to make it. Nope, not even going to go that route. I was going to say I have a pan down here that's like large muffins. So this tray holds these trays hold 12 muffins. I have pans down there that are 6, so they're like double the size of these. I actually don't want to use those because I want these to be, so as I said before, we're making some stuff to stock a friend of mine's freezer. She just had her second kid. And so we're kind of making some food for them. I want her, she has one child already. And I sort of want these to be accessible in size for like a child. And I don't know how much her kid eats. So, we're just going to make these in the size that they are, the regular like cupcake size. So I'm going to take a 3 tablespoon scoop and just fill each of these muffin cups with roughly 3 tablespoons worth of batter. We'll even these out when we're finished. Some of these I know don't have quite as much in them, but as I'm looking at this right now, I'm definitely going to need my second tray. So I already have that out here and that's good. These typically bake. So in the bread form, these bake for an hour, almost an hour. They're definitely not going to need that long to bake because they are not that big. So I'm going to keep an eye on these. We'll probably start these out at 25 minutes and check them at that point. So we're looking good here. Everything is kind of coming along today. It's been a good productive so far, and I feel like I'm almost on track for the schedule I had in my head at the beginning of stream. So I think these aren't going to rise all that much, so I'm going to put like a little bit more in here. They are going to rise, but like it's not going to, they're not like a cake, right? They're not rising in that same level. And I don't want these to be like teeny and diminutive muffins. So let's do this. Let's take the back of the spatula and I'm just going to kind of press these down and get these to be roughly the same amount of filling in each of these. So the ones here are finished. These need just a little bit more to them. Oh, the younger generation neighbors, Velos. Yeah, those are fine. They're as long as they don't play their music too loudly. Right. Yeah, well, I need to help my neighbor. Exactly. Yeah, I feel like whenever I get a new neighbor, right, I'm always like, let's exchange phone numbers. I'm not going to call you. Like, I'm not going to be weird and start texting you like random stuff. But like, and I always say this, I'm like, here's when I'm going to text you. If I see something wrong with your house, if you have a package out front and it's been there for more than like an hour. That's it. That's literally it. I'm not going to text you. Otherwise, for me, we have a neighborhood WhatsApp group, which I feel, I feel something about it. Was talking about this on stream. I don't love WhatsApp and I don't love being part of a group, but like, I'm not going to text you directly. If there's something that needs to be said to like the block or something, maybe I'll say it in that group. Probably not. I'll probably just quietly simmer over it, honestly. But you know, it is, yeah, folks that like don't actually want to talk to you as neighbors, or it's odd to me. To me, it's odd because like when we get a neighbor in the house next door, I'm going to be like, I'm going to introduce myself because like we share a wall. I live in a row home. Like my neighbors are literally unavoidable. Brad Hill, welcome in. We are baking muffins, banana bread muffins. That is the only baking currently. We had some other stuff in the oven earlier, but none of that was what I would call a baked good. I would call it bake-in. That's a free dad joke. You can have that one. We were baking, but not bread. The bacon is long since out of the oven, though. That's on the counter over there. It's cool enough to handle. And we have just enough in here to even out these muffins. Get them all kind of the same level. And then we're going to pop these in the oven. These should probably be, like I said, I'm going to start these at 25 minutes and just see where we get to with 25 minutes. Because the recipe, let me see what the recipe calls for. I forget. I wrote it, but I forget. The recipe calls for baking these for 80 minutes at 350. So my oven's currently at 375. I am going to drop it down to 350, but I'll do that after I open it up. Sarah, hello. Sarah, I know I saw you earlier in chat. I don't know that I actually said hi to you though, so hi. Officially and formally. And if I did say hi earlier, hello again. Sprinkling this with a little bit of spiced orange sugar, just so there's like, I kind of love a muffin with like a little crispy sugar top, so that's what we're doing, because why not? It's funny, I hear this, so we still have some folks at the house who are meeting our current foster cats, and they are, I hear the sounds of like cat play going on upstairs. Okay, so these, it says 80 minutes. Let's do 30 minutes as a bake time. 3-0. Come on, you can do it. My timer like doesn't want to be pressed. Oh, because the 3 was still being pressed. Okay, 30 minutes. 30 minutes on the clock. All right, let's put our ingredients away. I'm going to toss some stuff in the sink, and then we're going to get our wraps assembled. Yeah, we're going to get our wraps assembled. That'll be the next thing. So the wraps are breakfast wraps, for lack of a better term. You could eat them anytime, really. They're supposed to be filling. The goal is that they are protein focused wraps, meaning they have a good bit of protein in them. Those are, we're going to do 12 of those, so not a whole bunch. Let me clear my counter here. We're going to clear the counter and wipe this off again. I'm going to cut those eggs so that they are ready to go. I still have my soup over on the stove. So the soup is finished. It's just cooling or it's not cooling. It's just not heating. It is cooling, but very slowly. We're gonna package all of this up eventually. I might not package the soup on stream. We'll see. We might. But these breakfast wraps are next. Let me wash my hands before I start this. So these are just going to be basically a roll, like a burrito tortilla with a bunch of different things in it. I have all my ingredients together. So we have bacon, black beans, sweet potato, cheese, and these eggs. I have tortillas. So these are whole wheat tortillas. I'm gonna get out a cutting board so I can just kind of have something that's not my bare counter to put these on. All right, so I have six. There's 6 per package. Yeah, 6. So there's 12 total. Let's cut these eggs into. Let's see. Let's do 6 by 6, right? So we have not 6 by 6. I'm just going to start cutting. It'll work itself out. Okay, so now I need to cut 6 total because I cut this in half. So we do half. And then 3 and 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh man, math is fun. So when I was saying much earlier in stream, I was like, I didn't like school. This is really the only math that I needed. It was like geometry. It was like, how do you divide something evenly? How do you cut brownies in a tray? That's the most math I really need. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Perfect. Okay. So here's our ingredients for our breakfast wraps. We have 12 eggs, 12 pieces of bacon, some number of black beans. I don't really know what the volume of black beans is there, which is fine. I don't need to know. We have cheese. I'm going to put the cheese into a separate bowl so that I can just grab it easily and not have to get it out of the bag. And then sweet potato is off to the side as well. Zach, welcome in. Hello. Good to see you, Zach. Zach, Chicago was amazing. Thank you for your recommendations, by the way. I don't know if you're still here, if you're hanging out. Your recommendation to take the architecture tour, like the boat architecture tour, was like so good. We did that, and then we went to that pancake place for breakfast one day. That was also very good. I tried to take your advice and not go to Navy Pier, but we ended up at Navy Pier anyway, and I like see what you were saying about it, where it's like, it's fine, but like not great. But it was really fun. We were there last week for a few days. We were in the city on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then we left to go to Schaumburg. You ever been to Schaumburg? Don't. On Friday. We went there on Friday. Yeah, Schaumburg. It was exactly what it sounded like. Anyway, Schaumburg was where Calvin's karate thing was. So we went there, but not like intentionally. We didn't choose to go there. So, yeah. How'd y'all make out? Yeah? Take it.
Adopting 1 or 2?
2. Yeah, they're better in pairs. I promise. I promise you. It's not like kids. 2 is easy.
Thanks, love.
Yeah, man. We're making a bunch of food.
Looks great.
Oh man, we're almost there. Okay. Yeah, man. Enjoy. Big kid downstairs carrying a cat. Good. They're gonna do it. Not had legitimate pizza in years. Our favorite pizza place is 50% off for grabbing pizza. Nice. First cheat meal in 2 years. I'm technically allowed more. I mean, I hope it's good. It's probably. I'm wondering if it's going to be as good as you remember. I mean, honestly, it'll probably be a weird experience, right? I would imagine it would be like odd to have pizza for the first time after that amount of time. Okay, so here's what we're doing with the sweet potato. One, hold on, I need to get some gloves on because I'm gonna like assemble these with my hands. I'm gonna assemble with my hands. Oh, I also need to put these in. I need a wrap to put these in. Exactly. So enjoy the pizza. Yeah, Schaumburg was not. No, Schaumburg was fun. Not bueno. All we did at Schaumburg was be in the conference center. We did not go to the village. The village of Schaumburg could have done without it. But the city was lovely. We stayed right downtown and hung out. We walked basically everywhere. I didn't actually get on we didn't get on transit at all. 4, 5, 6, 7. I wanted to, but like we were out in the city walking around. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. I hope that was 12. If it's not 12, then I'll just get some more. Famously walkable. Chicago was very, very walkable. It was, it reminded me of Philly in its walkability, except for like way bigger. The downtown was weird because you're like in this cavernous, everything feels like you're in a cavern. You're like, or in a canyon rather, not a cavern. It was like, oh wow, like there's so many big things around me. Yeah, fellas, I feel like eating pizza for the first time after a long time would be like a surreal experience. I hope you enjoy it. I'm curious what your experience is. Okay, so I'm separating the sweet potato in here into roughly 12 quadrants. You're gonna be up late watching Big Brother anyway, not you, Calvin.
Big brother!
Big Brother! Big Brother! Yeah.
On the way home, me and Mom were watching the podcast.
Calvin started watching Big Brother this year. Ernie, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I hope you have a really good rest of your day. I did make quiche, Calvin. Right now I'm making wraps. These are breakfast wraps.
Oh, okay.
So all of this stuff, Cal, by the way, what's that?
Breakfast?
No, this is all, much of this is for, I don't think you actually know who this is from the playground who just had another kid. Her name's Meredith.
Is it the person that on one of our books that's having with Daisy?
Yes.
Was pregnant?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. So some of this is for us and some of this is for them.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're welcome for taking that for the guest room.
Yeah, they sounded excited.
Oh my.
They sounded really excited.
Maybe not.
The folks that were here just taking a look at the cats seemed to be very interested. They seem to be very interested. Homemade diabetic pizza. No, totally not the same. I just got a recipe test that I'm going to work on. That is like a quick dough. that's like self-rising flour. It's supposed to be like a weeknight pizza. It's like self-rising flour and yogurt. And I was like, interesting. Like, I don't know. It's like, you know, no rise, no yeast sort of. I was like, I wonder how this is going to
Do
be.
you think I'm taking him or you are for me?
I'm gonna make it for that. It would be better. It would be nice if you could do it because then I'll like clean up and like be finished in here. I'll clean up and pack up. If you want me to do it, I will. I should be good time wise though. What do you know now? What that might be, Glenn? We're talking about who's taking Calvin to correct. Okay. I mean, kind of, but like, it's also okay. We're not talking about. We're not talking about equity here. We're not talking about equity here. It's fine. I'm gonna do them. I'm gonna do them regardless.
Talking to me, God, stop it.
Okay.
Go in the other room.
Go in your room and watch your iPad. No, I'll do them regardless. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I believe it.
You're going away.
Yes, correct. All right. So these are coming in nicely. Did I forget anything in here? No. Too late now if I did. I should be finished rolling these. I got 16 minutes left on the muffins. Yeah, fellas, pizza is shockingly expensive. I didn't realize. So we were, like I was saying a few minutes ago, we were in Chicago recently, and obviously, like, deep dish pizza is a thing that, like, you know, if you eat pizza and you go to Chicago, you got to get one, whether or not like the locals really indulge too often, like you have to get one. Anyway, we went and got a deep dish pizza. I didn't realize it takes that long to cook. Like when we ordered it, the waiter's like, it's going to be about 45 minutes. Is that okay? And I was like, really? Like, okay, yeah, it's going to be okay because that's what we came here for. Like, I'm literally here. Like, we came to this restaurant for that reason, and so like, yeah, I guess that's fine. Like, I'm not gonna say no and order something else now. But like, it was interesting. I didn't know that. I guess I didn't realize that was the that it like because it's baked. It's like a pie. It's like literally like baking a pie. It's fascinating. That's why they push the appetizers. Yeah. And I got like a salad and all. Did I get one that was like a pie, like a crust on top? No. I don't remember the name of the place we went to. It was someplace downtown. It was not. So I looked up a couple places, and one of them was like a chain, like definitely a chain, and we did not go to that one. We went to one that was like, I think they had like 2 or 3 locations. I forget exactly how many locations they had, but it was good though. It was good. It was notable in its thickness. Definitely quite different. I've had like what we would call deep dish pizza before, which is essentially just like a pan baked pizza. But that was a different style of crust. It was pretty good. I did not get one of the beef sandwiches while I was there. I'm thinking about like stereotypical food. I got the hot dog with all the stuff on it. Because of course. What is Detroit style? What signifies Detroit style pizza versus other style pizza? I don't think I know the answer to that. So these wraps that I'm putting together, by the way, this is sweet potato base with cheese and black beans, a piece of scrambled egg, a bit of bacon, and some parsley. That's what's going in here. I was considering adding salsa to this, like a mild salsa, but I kind of opted not to because I thought, there's kind of a lot happening in here already. And if you want salsa, you can just eat it with salsa as opposed to like adding it in. So we're putting all that in, and then I'm just rolling them up. These are actually pretty chunky. They're chunkier than other burritos that I have made or breakfast wraps before. The wraps that I've made for us, for like the house, for camping, for other things before, have generally been pretty thin. They're more like, oh, I almost just put this, I'm talking and I almost just put sweet potato onto the aluminum foil with no wrap there. These are actually really thick, which is different. And I suppose you could eat these anytime, really, because they're not like just for breakfast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I should be about one burrito away from being halfway finished all of my things here, which looks to be about right. It's basically a focaccia crust, Detroit style. It's made with brick cheese, crispy edges. The crispy edges are what I like. The like burnt sort of edges where it's like browned and charred a little bit. That's so good. I think Detroit style might be the kind of pizza I prefer then. Oh man, that's awesome. That's super cool. I was thinking the last time I made pizza, I was thinking about like what if I put this in like in a cast iron pan? Like what could I just do my regular pizza crust in a cast iron pan? And then I was also I've been thinking about the cast iron situation regarding baked bread for a little bit recently, because the last time I made focaccia, I also had that same thought. I was like, I should instead of putting this in the deep square pan, I should try this in my big cast iron pan. And I bet it would be really good. Okay, so at this point, right now, I want to be halfway through all of my ingredients. So this burrito, when I'm finished with this one, I should have about half of what I started with, because this will be the sixth one. I'm going to run out of parsley before I'm finished here, which is fine. Oh wait, I have more parsley. Why do I have more parsley over there? What did I not put the parsley in? I didn't put the parsley in the soup. I'm going to put, I'm going to put that parsley in the soup, but I'll put it in the soup when I package it. That way it's not, that way it is it hasn't been heated. So when you heat the parsley or heat the herbs too much, they just get really like soft and wilted and kind of weird texture in your final version. Look up a recipe. I've seen you make focaccia before. I definitely have made focaccia before. I feel like my approach for that would just be to put the recipe that I have into the cast iron pan and be like, see what happens. If it goes, it goes, but it might be too much. It might be like too much dough. I've never heard of brick cheese. I assumed it was like a regional thing. So it's a specifically Wisconsin cheese. Okay. I know that Wisconsinians, I'm really butchering that one there, I'm sorry, are pretty specific about their cheese varietals. So I don't want to presume anything when it comes to Wisconsin specific cheeses. We're assembling here. This is all just kind of going for it. I got 8 minutes left on my muffins in the oven before I want to check those. I can smell them right now. So that's a different, we're at 22 minutes so far. And I can definitely smell them. So they might be finished at 30. They might be finished now, but I'm going to check them at 30 because right now I'm in the process of rolling. I had 16 minutes on the clock when I started. I just finished my 6th burrito and I have 8 minutes. So I'm probably going to finish these just about with like the exact amount of time left. 7. I just finished my 7th burrito. I should finish these with like seconds to go on my muffins, which is great. That's good timing. So when I'm planning a stream like this, where I'm like, I just want to meal prep and I want it to take as little time as possible, the goal is 0 downtime. And I feel like we've done a good job of that today. Like basically once I start moving, I don't want to have any moment where I'm not actively like doing something. And I feel like today has been very good for that. I indeed thought through this prior to starting stream. I thought through it last night and like did a vision exercise. I was like, okay, what if I'm doing this, right? What am I doing while that's happening? When does this get done? Etc. Gabrielle, so the breakfast burritos. Yeah, I would say, I mean, I would call these breakfast burritos. Like certainly you could eat them anytime. But these would be as I would see them from like a nutrition perspective, these would be a good start to your day. They're extremely protein heavy, and that type of thing lends itself to breakfast more so than other parts of the day, because that's like long tail energy. And like, y'all, I'm not a nutritionist. Like, let's not kid about that, right? I'm just sort of, this is like the limit of what I know, right? I do know that like a bit of protein at the beginning of the day helps keep your energy up longer in the morning, like helps get you through to lunch better, I guess. And these certainly, pretty much everything that's going in here has protein in it. So we have sweet potato and black beans, cheese, bacon, an egg, scrambled egg, and then I'm putting them on a multi-grain tortilla. And so the goal of these whenever I make food like this for someone else, I always like give them instructions on it. I'm wrapping these directly in aluminum foil. And so what I would say with like heating these is you could obviously freeze them, right? But I would be like, if you're gonna have these for breakfast, toss it in the fridge overnight so that it starts to thaw, and then put it in at like 375 for 25 minutes. Everything in here is cooked. You just need it to be hot or not frozen, really. Not frozen is the minimum. Hot is nice. But yeah, these are definitely, I would have these as a breakfast item. These would be a thing that I've made. I've made similar versions of this for camping trips before. And this is the type of thing where like if I was taking this camping, I would toss this on the into the campfire in the morning and let it heat up. Like in the coals in the fire. What am I over here for? An egg, right? They're right there. Anyway, definitely pretty easy to make. I got, they're this batch. I did everything here in batches. So today I did all of my prep, my mise en place all at once. Everything you know, all the meat. I cooked all the meat at once. Then I cooked all, and we prepped all the, prepped all the vegetables, prepped, basically just started everything. Whoop. Did I miscount? I have 2 eggs left. I don't think I put an egg in one of those. I don't know which one. It's fine. I definitely miscounted somewhere along the line here. I think one of these didn't have. Okay, I think one of these packages might have only had 5, and I will like when I watch the VOD back, I will count this. But I think one of these packages only had 5 wraps in it because I had 2 sections of sweet potato left also. And I had 2 pieces of bacon. So like, I think it was the last one. This is the last one. I'm going to open this up and see. Because re-rolling it is not hard. If I just kind of go back in the process. No, that one has an egg. That one has bacon in it. It's somewhere along the line. I either missed something or one of these only had 5 tortillas in it. And I missed an egg and a piece of bacon and a sweet potato. So that's where I'm saying I think one of the wrap bags only had 5 in it, because the likelihood of me missing 3 different ingredients in the same wrap, I feel like that's a pretty low potential. Maybe. I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is. This is the last one. And yeah, and I've got a minute left on the clock. So a minute and a half left on the clock. So I should have just enough time to have wrapped one more. I think that one of these bags only had 5 tortillas in it. That's what I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. We can verify this because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I definitely put a wrap in each of these, and I only have 11 burritos here. Mystery solved. Okay. I want my money back. Yeah, because I used a wrap in each of these. That I know. I didn't just roll up a bunch of wet ingredients into an aluminum. That I'm positive of. So it is what it is. Okay, that's fine. I don't really care. Alrighty. We have a massive pile of dishes over here. This might be the largest pile of dishes I've ever had at the end of a stream. It might be. Because I haven't done any dishes today. I haven't touched the sink other than to put things in it. I also have 1 sheet of aluminum foil left over. Okay. We solved the mystery. Truly. Let's package the soup, because that is a thing I can definitely do. My timer is up, so before we package the soup, we're going to check on the muffins. I'm going to put this little pile of bacon and egg over there, because that's just going to get eaten later. I'm literally just going to eat that as it is. Okay. Now I'm putting these sheet pans over here like Jenga style. Y'all, I don't even want to show you what that sink looks like. It is truly a bit much. Okay, these wraps are going to get frozen. So we're going to put those on a tray that can go in the freezer. Then we're going to check the muffins. That's next. So these don't need to be, the tray does not need to be lined because these are already literally wrapped. All right. And we'll just sit these over there. We'll package the soup up next. Let's check the muffins. I might need to get the muffins out right now. These could be finished. Let's take a look. I would say those are finished. They're soft in the they're still like a little soft in the center, but not too bad. But they're crispy around the edges and on the outside. So they've charred enough that they are they're looking pretty good. Count us at 20. Bella, listen, welcome in. Thank you for counting. Thank you for counting. Okay. I'm going to package this soup. I'm going to turn the oven off and get the muffins out. We'll let those start cooling down. This I'm just going to put into quart containers. Super easy. The muffins, we can turn the oven off now. And the muffins, we take out. These are looking good. So 30 minutes for these. That's a good time. Yeah, these are definitely, they're starting to pull away from the wrapper just a little bit, but here's what the muffins look like. These are banana bread muffins. They are the ones from the recipe that I have been working on. The difference between these muffins today and the ones that and the recipe is that these have no yogurt in them. I used an additional banana as opposed to 2.5 ounces of yogurt. A mashed banana is like similar consistency to yogurt was my reasoning there. Maybe that's unreasonable, but like whatever, it is what it is. But I'm gonna find some space on this counter for those muffins. Let's get that there and that there. And these are too hot to touch with my hands. So these I'm gonna leave in the tray for right now because there's no reason to take them out of the tray, frankly. So we're not. I can turn this. Yeah. Oh, perfect. Good. This is like countertop Jenga. We got a lot of stuff over here. Yes, we have quiche on the counter currently. We have quiche, banana bread muffins, breakfast wraps. This is chicken soup. Oh, that was hot. This is chicken soup. So we're going to package that up. But let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. We've assembled the banana bread muffins and baked. We've cooked eggs. We've assembled the breakfast wraps and packaged those. I thought the muffins were sizzling. I'm like, am I hearing things? Yes, I am. I'm gonna eat one of these muffins though before we finish stream today because I want to know what they're like because they're muffins. Okay. I'm clearing the counter a little bit here and kind of moving and arranging space, making space. Okay, and the oven is off. Good. Okay, let's get my ladle. Ladle and some containers for the soup. I don't know how many quart containers I will need here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, probably 8, I'm guessing, maybe more. I wanted to make 4 quarts of soup, but I messed up and I put 5 quarts of liquid in there, plus a bunch of solids. So I don't know how many this is going to be. We'll find out in a moment. But I think what we'll do is we're just going to start scooping and see how it goes. So we're going to do like 1, 2, I'm going to do like 4 to start. I'm making sure I get roughly the same amount of solids in each of these. Like that's kind of the goal, is like same amount of solids and then fill the rest with liquid. Okay. I need to put these on a towel. This is going to get messy otherwise. Let's get one of the more absorbent towels. Yeah, this is definitely one of those things where no matter what, I'm going to get soup dripping all over the place. All right. That's better. Now I don't mind if there's soup dripping all over the place. So this is a lot of liquid. So I do want each of these to be a lot of liquid. The goal is that there's also noodles that go in here. Not the goal. The intent of this soup is that you add like egg noodles, like a bag of egg noodles to this as well. So I do want this to be particularly liquidy because one, the noodles are going to add a lot of bulk to the solid aspect of it. And two, the noodles are going to soak up a lot of this liquid. So I want the balance of like liquid to solids in here to be a little bit more on the liquidy side than I usually like my soup to be. That's just like thinking ahead to what the final product of this is, and how much of that liquid that's I'm adding to this is just going to get sucked up by the noodles when you put those in there, because this is a chicken noodle soup after all. So I want to be conscious of that. So there's some big solids, scoops of solids going in. And I am also, when I make and package soup like this, when I freeze it, I always freeze it by the quart. And then when I'm making it or like reheating it, I usually will I'll thaw like 2 quarts at once. And then 2 quarts is enough for Gwen and Calvin and myself to have dinner, for us both to have like some seconds of that dinner, and then for a little, like a bowl or 2 of leftover for lunch, or you know, a single dinner the next day. So that's, I'm just freezing this in, or just packaging it in quarts today. If I was packaging this like for like 2 adults, I would probably package this with pint containers, like 2-cup containers as opposed to 4-cup containers, because then you could just cook like 2 of those or 3 of those or whatever, and that would be fine. So this ended up with 6.5 quarts of soup, which is pretty decent amount of soup. So I'm gonna keep quart. I'm probably gonna keep maybe like 2 quarts of this. Maybe like this and this I'll keep for our house. And then these 5 I will give away. So that's the nature of like what we're working on today, by the way, is for one of the neighborhood folks who is I see at the playground all the time. I see them walking around in the neighborhood. Like, we've kind of orbited in the same group for years. She just had a child. She's had a baby like 2 weeks ago, week and a half ago. And so I had told her like a couple months ago, I was like, if you want, when you're like, after you give birth, let me know and I'll like throw some food your way, which is what we're doing today. So we're making a bunch of freezer stock, or stocking things to put in the freezer to stock for food. 6, 2, 4, 6, 7. Okay, 7. And I think for dinner, for our family, for dinner tonight, we're gonna have leftovers because there's a ton of food in the refrigerator, and I am not. We're not kind of. We're just gonna have leftovers. That's the vibe. That's the vibe tonight. But these are finished. Let's get these. I'm gonna wipe the bottoms of these off, and eventually these are going to make their way into the freezer. For right now, I'm going to leave them on the counter because I don't want I want them to cool off just a little bit before popping them in there. 1 and 2, I don't have enough space in my freezer to put these in there just yet, so I am going to leave them on the counter until I do. I need to move some things from the freezer here, or at least just I need to consolidate and get some more space in there before I can toss these in. But let's get the lids on, and I don't need this quart container, so we'll put that over there. Okay, these muffins should be good to get out of the tray now. Let's put these on their own little tray to finish cooling off. These are a good size. They didn't come over the edge too badly or at all. I say too badly as if they came over the edge at all. They didn't. This was the right size for these. Basically, these are like 4 tablespoons per muffin cup, which was just about right. And these are good for whenever. I guess these could be snacks. I would. 2 of these things are sort of what I would think of as breakfast foods, the muffins and the wraps, and then 2 are sort of, dinner foods, but some folks eat quiche for breakfast. So I don't really care when they eat it. It's not up to me. So I don't need to tell them when to eat it. I'll just tell them what it is, and they'll figure it out. Alrighty. But this is good. We did really well. We're at the dishes and packaging and final dishes and putting things away stage. I'm also going to put those quiches. Once the quiche is frozen, I'm going to put those in not freeze dried. We're going to put them in the vacuum sealed bags so that they stay nice. That's the move for those. But I did say I wanted to try one of those muffins, so I think we should probably do that before anything else today. Let's see. I wanted to look at my calendar here because I don't know when. I have no idea when streaming is happening for like ever this summer. It's real bad. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, awesome. I was like, when did I have the next stream on the calendar? I do have it on the calendar. Command calendar if you want to see more about the actual calendar for when things are scheduled. But let me take a look here. Who is live in the food and drink Food and Drink Club. I'm just kind of taking a look around. We got some folks here who are co-working, who are doing a bunch of different stuff. And then who is live that I'm following? I'm not sure where I want to raid today, honestly. It's a little early for me, generally speaking, to be raiding, because I don't usually raid on Thursdays until around 7:30 p.m. So some of the folks that are online right now are not they're not familiar to me, but they are different folks. So I'm just kind of looking around. I want to show you what we did though today, what we actually made, because we did get through quite a bit, which was really exciting. And I'm proud of myself for how efficient today's stream was. I didn't burn anything. I didn't drop anything. I didn't have any, what's the way to put that? No surprises. Today was a no surprises stream, which is always really nice. I think I planned pretty well for what was happening on stream today, and honestly, I'm very happy about that. Let's see. Someone in the food and drink category has it says first cooking show. That's so cute. I wonder. I don't love rating people I don't know. I know that sounds awful, and maybe is a bit too, maybe I'm a bit too in my head about it, but that's okay. Anyway, I'm trying to figure out where to go today before I wrap up, because I don't want to do this in a minute here. Let's see, hold on. Is this? Oh, there's a kid on that one. Okay, we're gonna blind raid someone who I've never who I have not encountered before. Are we? Yeah, I think so. Who's doing their first cooking stream? And actually, no, hold on. They've been. Oh, no, we're not. Sorry. We're gonna raid someone who I have raided before, and whose stream I am going to go hang out in afterward, because it's the energy I want right now. So we're gonna go to a music streamer or a DJ streamer after this. So just FYI, we're gonna hit a DJ after this. I promise you that they're nice, and they will probably play music that you enjoy. Anyway, let me set that up so that I can see it. Okay, here we go. Beautiful. All right, let me show you what we made today, because we did a bunch of work on stream, and it was good. It was all quite. I'm very, very proud of everything that we did today. So to start, we made quiche. We had 2 quiches. Broccoli, welcome in. Nice to see you. We had 2 quiches today. We had a broccoli, cheddar, caramelized onion, garlic quiche. We had a bacon, lettuce, tomato quiche, except it's spinach instead of lettuce, because it holds up better in a quiche. Both of them have cheese. Obviously, both of them have eggs, because they're quiches. We did breakfast wraps. I can't open this up because it's wrapped, but it is a whole wheat tortilla. Inside of it is roasted sweet potato, scrambled egg, black beans, cheese, and bacon, as well as a little bit of parsley. So we did those. We also did a chicken noodle soup. We made the soup aspect of it. We roasted the chicken, cooked all the vegetables. The broth was our homemade broth from a couple streams ago. The noodles will get added when you make it later, when you eat it. We don't add the noodles now because then they get soft. Anyway, we also made banana bread muffins. I'm going to show you what's inside of here. Let's do the opening. Ready? Ta-da! We're looking at these together. Oh, look at that. A chunk of banana fell out. Oh my God. Amazing. All right. That's the inside of this situation. Still a little puff of steam coming off of there. But these are banana bread muffins. They have all sorts of stuff in them. Chocolate, coconut, blueberry, banana, obviously. These have pistachios in them, rye flour, whole wheat flour, brown sugar, baking soda, baking powder. No, baking soda, soda only. I'm going to taste one because this is a recipe I've been working on that I am happy about. Baked them for 35 minutes. They were in the oven for, and they're holding together. They're moist and delicious. Fantastic. That was stream today. We did good. Broccoli, thank you for your resub. I'm a teenager now, apparently. We love it. As long as you don't get angsty and start slamming the door, we're good. And if you do, it's okay. We can talk about it later. I'm very happy with stream. I'm gonna let these are gonna stay on the counter for a while until they're almost room temperature. Then I'm gonna put them in the freezer. We'll freeze those. Same thing with the soup. The burritos I'm gonna put in the freezer now, so that they freeze because they're cooked and cooled and ready to go. The muffins I am gonna put in the freezer later as well once these have sort of finished coming down to room temperature, because I don't want these to I don't want the hot things to be hot in the freezer. I want them to have fully given up all of their evaporative properties. So, all right. Decisions were made. We're gonna raid Patrick Richards, my friend and fellow Philadelphian. Patrick is a DJ. He plays house music. He's a good friend of the stream. Nice human. I've met Patrick in real life a couple times. I've hung out on his stream many times. Our next stream is going to be next Wednesday. Wednesday is a date in the future from now. Next stream is going to be Wednesday, July 29th. We're going to be in the kitchen doing something. I don't know what, cooking something. Next week we'll be live 2 days, Wednesday and Thursday. Thursday normal time. Wednesday is going to be 11:30, a little earlier in the day. But Wednesday I might be working on a recipe. It's very likely that I'll be working on developing a recipe. Yeah, because it's due on the 4th. Okay, yeah, I'll probably be working on a recipe on Wednesday. Thursday we'll also be in the kitchen. I don't know what we're doing, but we'll be there and we'll be doing it together. Speaking of better together, we're going to raid Patrick Richards. As I mentioned, Patrick is a friend of the stream. I will give you a fair warning and heads up about Patrick. Patrick is going to welcome us in, probably call us dickheads, which is okay. It's a Philadelphia greeting, and we're okay with that. Patrick also is if you're easily offended, like, stick around for the raid and be offended, whatever. There's some raid messages in chat. He's not that offensive, but it's Philly. Just have a thick skin. There's some raid messages in chat. Here is a bunch of social media links. It'd be great if you could go follow on social media, especially on YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, there's a special link for YouTube in the Twitch chat. If you're watching on YouTube, I appreciate you. Thank you. Please hit the like button. Better yet, please hit the subscribe button. Thank you for hanging out, YouTube. Always good to have you. Goodbye. And I hope you have